are of the North. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. This is the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative pregame show, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Here's Rob Brooks and former Hawkeye Catherine Reynolds.
Well, for the first time this season, the Hawkeyes have lost 2 in a row. An 0-2 on the West Coast, losing to the USC Trojans a week ago tonight, 81-69, and then number 2, UCLA, 88-65. So Hawkeyes look to bounce back, and what a place to do it inside Carver Hawkeye Arena. Iowa warming up the basket to our right, and tonight's opponent, the visitors from the north, a border rival, the Minnesota Golden Gophers. And Minnesota has put together a nice season so far. They are at 16-6 overall, 7-4 in the Big Ten, and winners of 4 in a row. They have taken care of business against Oregon, one out on the Pacific Northwest, 65-60. Wisconsin, 88-53. At Penn State, 87-66, and coming off an outstanding victory against Purdue at Williams Arena, 88-55. So, yeah, some of the teams that are at the bottom of the league, but when you listen to those scores, especially the last 3, you know that Minnesota has to be coming in here with a lot of confidence. And 3 different times this year, Minnesota has won 4 games in a row to start the season, and then 4 in a row in the month of December, and coming off of 4 straight victories, but have not won 5 in a row, and the Hawkeyes will try to keep it that way tonight. You remember a Minnesota team that made a little bit of a run in a postseason tournament a season ago, and a win tonight would give them, of course, their longest win streak since they went 5-0 en route to winning last season's WBIT championship. So they had a lot of confidence at the end of last year and have been playing that way this year as well. But the Hawkeyes have had 2 outstanding practices, and you feel like that West Coast trip a little bit of a distant past as you look forward to 2 home games tonight, weekend off, and then the Washington Huskies in here next Wednesday. So we're at the time of year where it is very pivotal. Everybody's kind of bunched up in that upper division of the Big Ten, with UCLA being the only team without a blemish. Catherine Reynolds will be along in just a little bit as we will get some insight on the Minnesota Golden Gophers as she has a chance to sit down with Aaron Horn, the associate head coach, in his 3rd season. And Jensen will be along with our pregame chat as well. The Hawks and the Gophers, Thursday night basketball from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Stay tuned. More pregame show up next. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game, honoring those who serve at every Hawkeye game. Just as our veterans safeguard our freedom, American Equity helps protect your financial future. Named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy insurance companies in America 3 years in a row, American Equity delivers secure retirement income with the service you deserve. Join American Equity in honoring and thanking all who serve our country.
Hi Hawk fans, Coach Kirk Ferentz here. For 40 years, our players have proudly worn the ANF logo to honor the hard-working farmers who keep this country growing. With fewer farmers working the land, their challenges are bigger, but their commitment never wavers. The Iowa Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau are proud to stand with these dedicated families who feed and fuel our nation. Thanks for celebrating 40 years of America Needs Farmers. Let's keep standing strong for the people who keep us going strong. To learn more, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less scrolling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Welcome back courtside, Carver Hawkeye Arena. Rob Brooks, as Community Choice Credit Union is tonight's game sponsor, and we have Casey Quick, VP of Retail Payment Systems for Community Choice Credit Union. And Casey, just take a minute, introduce yourself to our audience, and a little bit about what you do.
Sure, Rob. Thanks. My name is KC Quick, here with Community Choice Credit Union, and we're super excited tonight to be the sponsor of the game against the Minnesota Gophers. Very excited to be here and root on the Hawkeyes.
Of course, Community Choice, what really makes the credit union unique and just unlike other financial institutions?
Well, Rob, our money's no greener than anybody else, right? We all have the same accounts, checking accounts, savings accounts, money markets, whether you're a bank or a credit union. But Community Choice.
Well, we were hoping it was.
There you go. It's in our name, right? We're very hyper focused on the community, being out in the community and doing things a little bit different. What does that look like at Community Choice? Walk into one of our branches and you're going to see a 13-foot sucker wall. Or you might see a soda machine with free soda, free snacks. Or if you go up to our Ames location, you might see the only food truck park in the state of Iowa, where you can come on in, do a deposit, and go get some nice tacos for lunch.
Can't beat that. Community Choice has some huge news for Hawkeye fans tonight. What is it?
Yeah, we're super excited as we've entered into a partnership with the University of Iowa, and today we have rolled out our Hawkeye accounts. We are offering Hawkeye accounts to all Hawkeye fans across the state of Iowa with some pretty awesome benefits. These benefits are going to include a customized debit card with you choose the logo, right? We got several logos to choose from, different color schemes. You open your account, choose your debit card. You're going to get an awesome custom T-shirt from one of our partners in Ray Gun out of Des Moines. And then it's going to come with some awesome benefits. As an account holder, you're going to get exclusive experiences for Iowa. We're talking about on-field experiences, meet and greet with players and coaches. Just by having this account, you are entered into all these drawings. So we're super excited about it. Roll out today. And so far, it has been a tremendous hit, so we're really excited.
Well, that's great news. How can fans out there get that card?
Yeah, really easy. HawkeyeAccount.com. Rob, that's all they got to do. HawkeyeAccount.com to get started. Select your image, select your T-shirt, and then you're off and running and cheering on the Hawks wherever you go. Every time you pull out your debit card, you can show that you're a true Hawkeye fan.
I like it. I like big news.
There you go. Yes, sir.
Casey, appreciate it. And appreciate your support, Hawkeye Athletics.
Thanks a lot, Rob, and go Hawks.
All right, a big night for the Hawks and a big night for Community Choice Credit Union. We'll be back with more after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Life moves fast. Quickstar keeps up. Whether it's fresh coffee, a delicious bakery treat, or our take-home meals that make life easier, we've got everything you need right here, because your comfort and cravings deserve the best. And while you're fueling up with Quickstar's fully guaranteed gasoline, we've got great services like free ATMs and free air. We're all about saving you time, money, and making your life easy. Quickstar's here for you whenever you need us.
Hawkeye fans, gear up for game day with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, they bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Sip on fan favorites like Easy Eddie, Citrus Surfer, and Neighborhood Beer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to the stadium? No worries. Join them at any of their 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official Des Moines local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Aplos, and Community Choice Credit Union. Do you smell that? No, it's not just toast. That's the smell of your car payment becoming toast. Move your car loan to Community Choice and toast those payments for 99 days. Get started at unbankyourride.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. Hey Hawkeye fans, there's a new MVP at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Carol's Corn, Iowa's favorite gourmet popcorn, is now popping fresh for every men's and women's basketball game. From our delicious triple mix to golden caramel and bold cheese. Every bite is handcrafted right here in the Midwest. Popped fresh, local, and made with you in mind. So grab your bag, cheer loud, and taste the flavor of Hawkeye pride. Carol's Corn. Grab yours and enjoy the game inside Carver Hawkeye Arena.
Carol's Corn. We pop every kernel with you in mind.
It's time for our shoot-around with Hawkeye head coach Jan Jensen, presented by Oak Knoll. Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City community for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City, a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. Here's Rob Brooks and Hawkeye head coach Jan Jensen.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena with Catherine Reynolds and associate head coach of the Golden Gophers, Coach Aaron Horn. Aaron, welcome back to Iowa City, and let's just talk a little bit about your Big Ten schedule so far. What have been some of the highlights, and what have you liked about your group?
Well, we started with a tough schedule early. We had to go out west a couple of weeks ago, played Oregon, and play Washington. Didn't beat Washington, but did get to upset Oregon. That place was a hard place to play at. Our best player in my mind right now this year has been Tori McKinney, and in a lot of our losses, Alabama, Washington, she hasn't played. So I'm just happy to see what we can do when she is healthy.
Talk about a few more individuals that you've been pleased with this year. You mentioned Tori McKinney, but then you've got a pretty deep roster of people with experience. So who has been impressive?
Well, we returned Amaya Battle, who's, been here forever, it seems like, and Mara Brown's finally healthy, and she's coming along. But I've really been impressed with our post kids. I think Sophie Hart is having her best year, rebounding at a high clip, scoring at a high clip, and then we have Finau Tonga that comes off the bench, who is a grad transfer for us, and she's been phenomenal. Great hands, has a nice touch around the rim, and just give us some great minutes.
When you think about style of play and the identity of your team, what do you guys talk about in the locker room as far as who you want to be and execute on the court?
You know what? Specifically for this game, it's toughness. I think last year Iowa came in and punched us first, and we didn't get back from that a little earlier enough. So now this year we want to be the ones that punch first, and hopefully that we can stay in the game and hopefully win it.
Well, talk a little bit more about today's game in specifics. Was it transition, defense, rebounding? What are the areas that you're emphasizing with your group that you feel like could lead to a Gopher dub here?
Nothing easy. They're great at what they do. They have post kids that can score at a high clip, so they're going to throw it in. They have shooters that shoot at a high clip, so they're going to give them the green light. So we can't give them anything easy.
Well, thanks for your time, Coach. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Catherine Reynolds with Aaron Horn, the associate head coach in his third season for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. We want to thank tonight's game sponsor, Community Choice Credit Union. Does your bank care about you? Then tell them no bank you and become an unbanker at Community Choice. Jan Jensen up next. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Go for the big Honda savings. Save thousands on the new Honda today with 0.99% financing. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are on sale. Get as low as 0.99% APR on a new 2025 Ridgeline. Go for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Financing on credit approval offer ends 3/2/26.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
It's time for our shoot-around with Hawkeye head coach Jan Jensen, presented by Oak Knoll. Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City community for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City, a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. Here's Rob Brooks and Hawkeye head coach Jan Jensen.
Jan, you gave the players off on Monday, the last 2 days to get ready for Minnesota. How was the mood on the court?
You know, I really was pleased with practices. You know, what we talked about with the team was, you know, that was a tough road trip. We didn't perform to our desired level. The teams that we played had a little something to do with that. We had a lot of something to do with that. Now we need to respond. And I liked how they approached practice on Tuesday and Wednesday. And, you know, the Big Ten's just tough. You know, now you're playing people that, you know, we're just separated by a game or two, right? All of us. And they're hungry. They want to get a big win on the road. We're hungry because we haven't had a win in a couple. So we just got to bring our best tonight. And if we play like we've been practicing, I sure like our chances.
Did you feel like Stremlo and Houston in particular had good games out west?
You know, I really did. I think they gave us some really good minutes. They competed really hard. Journey, really, she's been this whole year, has been just a pretty consistent kid off the bench for us. And I've really just been appreciative of that and love how she's growing. And Stremlo, the reason I still have her coming off the bench is because she can come in at the 1, the 2, and the 3, and she can really play all of those positions and give you a spark off the bench. And so there's just different philosophies with that. So she, you know, that kid, she'll do anything, any role, anytime. And that just is a beautiful way to play it, a beautiful way to lead. And that's the course we're going to go tonight as well.
And how about Ava Hayden as well in that second half? Build upon what she was able to do in the third and fourth quarters against UCLA?
Yeah, I think, you know, she was a bright spot. It's hard to, you know, play against 6'7". And you know, she wasn't really, you know, none of us were happy with our individual performances or team performance at USC. And I think it just got away from her a little bit, foul-wise and a little mentally. But I thought the way she came back, especially in the second half against UCLA, that should give her a lot of confidence moving forward. And if we can keep her consistent and really moving forward in her mind, regardless of what the last play was, that's going to bode really well for her the rest of the season.
Well, Minnesota has to feel pretty good about itself coming into tonight. Outstanding shooters and also 6'5" in the middle.
Yep, absolutely. You know, we recruited that Sophie Hart. She went to NC State, but she's a really nice gal and just a really good, true back-to-the-basket post player. And she's really strong. So we're going to have a good battle in there. Ava's not as strong. She has a little bit more quickness. Sophie's got a little bit more size and a little bit more strength. So that'll be an interesting matchup. And then the other matchup I think is pretty interesting is that Hannah Stalkey will be guarding Grace Rokowski. And Grace is more of a guard 4, and Hannah's more of a post 4. Grace is one of the best three-point shooters in the league, shooting about 50% from the three. Hannah's a really strong inside presence. So they both have to kind of guard out of their element. So that'll be an interesting matchup. But Minnesota overall, they're a really good defensive team. They rebound the ball really well. They're really efficient with the ball. And I think they're pretty confident coming in. So, it's just a really one of the top teams, in my opinion. They certainly are, obviously, in the upper echelon of the Big Ten. But, we're really going to have to bring it tonight to face a really well-coached Minnesota team.
Well, celebrating women in sport tonight, and one of the really fun things we saw on social media was all the players, the current players, and then a picture of them growing up, whether it was at the YMCA or an early AAU game.
Yeah.
Kind of realize how far they've come, and they've got to certainly appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, Rob, we talked about that in our circle tonight or today at shootaround. And I just reminded them that, amidst all of the intensities and the chase for greatness, and, I really want us to become that blue collar, blue blood program, and you got to be a little feisty and edgy. But the game is still a game, and it's really, really fun. And I asked them to think back to if they could remember when those pictures were taken, or if it was just what their parents sent in. But most of them could remember. And I said, that's what you should channel every day. Because sometimes this really major business of college sports is you can forget that it's a game because there's so much at stake, supposedly, right? And there is. Certainly, obviously, it's my job to win and so forth. But usually when you approach it with a joy and a gratitude that you get to do what you get to do, and especially in front of this fan base, that's what I talked about, is that you play with the joy, but this fan base has been with, the whole thing, everyone watches women's sports. Our fan base has been doing that before it was a motto.
For years.
Before it was cool. And now that they've been, pretty much at the epicenter of being part of that movement, I just think it'd be a great night for us to come out, play with joy, get back on the winning track, and to use this amazing fan base.
It's okay to remember why you started playing, right?
Absolutely. And I think it's, for all of us, it's, just to remember the why of when we were younger, the things that brought us joy. I think that protects against cynicism, and I think the premature aging is when you just try to channel your youth. And that's what I try to do, but I get to, work with these young people every day, so I probably act a whole lot younger than I actually am, but I'm all about acting young and feeling young.
Well, let's go get them tonight.
Let's do it. Go Hawks.
Jensen on the pregame show, back with more as we count down to tip-off Iowa and Minnesota from Carver Hawkeye. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
Dives for lunch.
The Juicy Lucy. Essentially, it's a burger, but with cheese on the inside.
James Beard Award winners for dinner.
French technique, but Midwestern ingredients.
It's a little unbecoming to lick the bowl, but...
Plan your next trip at exploreminnesota.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Xtreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Ben McCullum. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
In Minnesota, we don't hide from winter. We embrace it. When there's a nip in the air, we take on the trails. For every layer you wear, there's a new experience waiting for you.
It's a little unbecoming to lick the bowl, but...
Plan your next trip at exploreminnesota.com.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Just about ready for starting lineups, Iowa and Minnesota. Time for Catherine's Keys to a Hawkeye victory, sponsored by Explore Minnesota. From exploring freshly fallen snow to finding award-winning restaurants. You're looking for a quiet getaway or an adrenaline-filled adventure? See why winter is our hottest season by visiting ExploreMinnesota.com. Tough matchup tonight, but bounce back is a key phrase you want to use, and Hawkeyes get to do it inside a sold-out Carver Hawkeye Arena.
Always good to be back in the friendly confines of Carver Hawkeye Arena, that is for sure. And I think, Rob, that leads into my first key for tonight, which is overall energy and tone setting for Iowa. On the road at UCLA and USC, they started both games on their heels. Now they're back on their home court, and I think that's gives us a chance to be able to set the tone early and make this the kind of basketball game that Iowa wants it to be, bringing that energy. Secondly, transition offense. Iowa got a little bit away from one of their best strengths on the year, which is their transition scoring on that West Coast swing. I think there's a foot speed advantage between Ava Hayden and Hannah Stolke, and then the forward and center, Sophie Hart and Grace Gaholski for Minnesota. So going back to that transition, getting quick, easy buckets, high percentage shots. Lastly, ball screen defense. These Minnesota guards are extremely capable, all three of them, and then their forward is actually leading the nation in three-point shooting. When she's involved in ball screen action, you have to close out on her quickly, shooting at 50% from three. And Sophie Hart, I mentioned her again, ball screen roll. She's so strong in that action that Iowa has to be able to rotate quickly, have good help side defense when there's that ball screen coverage.
All right, Catherine's Keys to the game, brought to you by Melrose Meadows. Lineups, the tip next, the Hawks and the Gophers from Carver Hawkeye Arena. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Running from practice to practice or meeting to meeting, the Eat Shop has lunch covered. Our fresh, handcrafted boxed lunches are perfect for sports teams on the go and corporate events like Lunch and Learns. Easy, delicious, and ready when you are. From delicious sandwiches on house-made bread to fresh sides and signature cookies, every box is thoughtfully prepared and worth every bite. Order boxed lunches today at theeatshop.com and let us fuel your day. Worth every bite. Hawkeye fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, Big Ten Rentals, and Tomlinson Cannon. Just like the Hawkeyes defend Carver and Kinnick, Tomlinson Cannon defends your home roof to foundation. Roofing, gutters, waterproofing, foundation repair, and concrete leveling. Locally owned since 1948, they've kept Eastern Iowa homes dry and on firm foundations. Call Tomlinson Cannon today for your free assessment.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less scrolling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Tired of cooking, cleaning, or just being alone? Check out Melrose Meadows, voted Iowa City's best retirement community. With underground parking, a heated pool, and endless opportunities to stay fit and social. To learn more, visit melrosemeadows.com. Starting lineups for Minnesota. Amaya Battle, 5'11 senior, averaging 9.9. Mara Braun, a 6-foot redshirt junior from Wayzata, averaging 11 and 4.3. Tori McKinney missed some of the big games for Minnesota this year, averaging 13.2 and 3.5 boards. Grace Grahalski, 5'10 junior, averaging 13.4, outstanding three-point shooter. And Sophie Hart in the middle at 6'5", a graduate student in her 5th year. Same 5 for the Hawkeyes we saw on the West Coast. That includes Kylie Feuerbach, Hannah Stolke, Ava Hayden in the middle, Addie Deal, and Chit Chat right in the backcourt. We'll see Stremlow, Houston, and Hayes, I'm sure, fairly early. Hawkeyes will go to the basket to our right, Minnesota to our left, and we're set for basketball. Hart and Hayden both battle center jump circle, and it's dug up by Minnesota, and the Gophers will have the first possession of the basketball game. Here's McKinney, left to the top of the key. Feuerbach draws the assignment, hustles a pass inside. It's caught by Sophie Hart, and the right-handed layup is good, and Minnesota the first basket of the ball game. Hawks working the left side of the court with Chit Chat right. Keeps that dribble going. Now Hayden, top of the key, bounce pass inside. Stolke goes up strong and finishes in the paint off the window. We're tied at 2.
Looking at the Gopher defenders, they really don't have a great matchup for Hannah Stolke on the offensive end. I mean, that means her defensive assignment's tough too, but we have to go to her often.
Here's McKinney, comes out left to the top of the key. Gets the ball to the right side. Good defense by Addie Deal. Here's Hart near the elbow. Hands it back to Braun. Comes off a screen down the right side. Fires a jumper, no good. Mid-range, and Stolke the rebound. Hawkeyes pushing the transition down the court. Chit Chat right, now backs it up on the left side. Drops it inside Hayden. She turns, goes toward the middle of the paint. Baby hook shot, good. Hawks on top 4-2.
Nice patience there by Ava Hayden, and really, Rob, anything compared to 6'7" that she saw in her matchup on Sunday is going to seem like she's got a height advantage.
Here's McKinney, angles to the left side, stops and fires a shot outside the paint and scores. We're tied at 4. Hawkeyes get it into the front court, quickly go inside. No answer for Hannah Stolke as she explodes toward the rim and gets her second field goal.
So far, the 5'11" senior Amaya Battle has been given the matchup with Hannah, and she simply is not a post player. Hannah can be very effective against her.
Battle goes at 5'11" and is typically played more out on the wing. McKinney gets it to Braun. Deal on her. Goes to the right, all the way to the rim. Shot off the window, no good. Hayden slides in for the rebound. Gets it to right across the timeline. To Deal, right side, 3. Got it! Rolls in for Addie Deal.
And the friendly role of being at home, Rob. We saw a lot of those shots go in and out for Addie and some of these other guards on that West Coast road trip. Not tonight.
9-4 Hawkeyes after the Deal three-pointer. Hart, top of the key. Hands it off to Grahalski. Drives all the way toward the baseline. Stolke greets her, still working it, tries to get it up, shot short. Outstanding defense by Stolke. She grabs the rebound. Hawkeyes get the ball down quickly, then pull it back out. Wright gets it to Hayden. Working the left side. Hayden comes out to screen. Chit Chat pulls from 15. Got the friendly bounce. No chance that was going to go in.
Touched every part of the circumference, as you've taught me that word. But Chit Chat's so good in the ball screen action. I think we'll see more of that from her as this year goes on here.
Great start for the Hawkeyes. 11-4. Hart puts it on the floor. Goes around, and the reverse layup is good. And there's that hook again that many players have been able to get away with. And we'll see how that develops throughout this ball game. 11-6. Hart with 4. Feuerbach at the top of the key. Now, Hayden gets it back outside to right. Free throw line extended on the right side. Takes a couple of dribbles, drops it off for Hayden. She scores on the right block. Goes glass and is fouled.
Well, what we talked about in the pregame, Rob, is Iowa bringing out the momentum in this game, and you can just tell from their energy level. They're getting excited for each other. Lots of huddles, and again, the ball screen action between Ava Hayden and Chit-Chat Wright is one of the best methods for Iowa to score on this season. So I think that's something that we'll continue to see Coach Jensen and her staff work in, because Ava's just so effective rolling off of that, and that was in particular a nice finish. Waiting for Sophie Hart, a big physical 6'5" center, waiting for her on the roll to finish through that contact. Really impressive.
Hart picked up the foul. Hayden knocks down the free throw. She has 5, and Layla Hayes comes into the ballgame. Finau Tonga, 6'2" graduate student, been to 4 schools, including Minnesota, in the game. Riley Glenn as well. Tonga has the ball in the paint, kicks it back out. Open 3 is good by Braun.
Well, Addie Deal has the matchup with Braun. She simply helped off too much when there was a post feed. You can't leave Mara Braun by herself at the 3-point line.
She'll make you pay, and did right there. Hawkeyes working the ball around the arc. On top 14-9, 5:53 left to go in the first. Feuerbach open 3 right wing, in and out. Halfway down and popped out. That's the first time he didn't get the friendly roll.
Well, 6 for 7 as a team so far from the field. We'll take it.
Braun turnaround jumper is no good from the paint. Ball tapped out of bounds. Touched last by Layla Hayes as she was battling Tonga. Underneath, Stremlow for Deal.
Got some Hawkeye royalty in the house tonight. Megan Gustafson sitting courtside over across from the Minnesota bench. One of the few women to have her number and name hanging in the rafters here at Carver.
Good times had by all when Megan was a Hawkeye, put together an outstanding WNBA career. Ball is loose, goes off the knee of Chit-Chat Wright, but she's able to speed down the court and dig it up. Hawks on top by 5 with the basketball. Look to go inside. And Stalky, triple teamed, got through and got the shot up somehow as it came off the right side of the iron into the hands of Tori McKinney. McKinney now against Stalky, will stop and pop from 3 off the right side of the iron, no good. Long rebound taken down by Stremlow. She brings it herself across the timeline, gets it to Hayes. Out in between the circles, now right. Free throw line extended on the left. Now in the corner, Stremlow. Shot the ball outstanding on the West Coast. Gets a screen from Hayes, and that's going to be a foul on Layla Hayes. Really never got set as she tried to come out and set that screen on the wing.
Exactly. It was a call we saw a lot actually against UCLA too. Iowa Post just not ever getting themselves all the way set, or even sometimes being a little bit too wide when they're setting those ball screens. So those are turnovers every time that happens, and something you can drill in practice, and I'm sure that they have.
University of Iowa Energy Collaborative is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this season, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. 4:50 left to go in the opening quarter. Iowa 14, Minnesota 9. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Go for the big Honda savings. Save thousands on a new Honda today with 0.99% financing. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are on sale. Get as low as 0.99% APR on a new 2025 Ridgeline. Go for the most car and driver 10 best awards with 98 trophies. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Financing on credit approval offer ends 3/2/26.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant, and we're committed to making it clean. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle cost-effective alternate fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawks on top, 14-9 on strong 6 of 8 shooting. Minnesota 4 of 9. Before play resumes, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. It will be Minnesota basketball as play resumes. Wright, Feuerbach, Stremlow, Hayes, and Stalky, the 5 for the Hawkeyes. Here's Braun on the left wing, drops it inside Tonga, tries to go to work along the baseline, then the little floater in the paint is up and good.
Minnesota ran that play for Tonga. They wanted to set Layla Hayes up with a little cross screen that she had to get across on.
Hawkeyes turn it over. Bad pass will result in an easy layup for Glenn. And just like that, Hawkeye lead cut to 1. Here's Wright in the front court. Brings it to the top of the key. Now all the way over to the left side. High post area, Hayes. And as she tried to drop it into Anna Stalky, we've got a whistle along the baseline.
Well, I'll be saying it all night, Rob, but Minnesota simply doesn't have a 4-player that's capable of handling Hannah Stokey down in the paint. That's not to say that she's going to score every time she touches the basketball. It's just to say that keep working that matchup and make it difficult for them to have to help and recover when Hannah has the ball.
McKenna Christian just into the game to guard Stalky, picked up the foul along the baseline. Reverse layup is good on the right side. Taylor Stremlow with her first bucket.
Strem is so effective with her change of speed, with that hesitation move on the baseline. She gets a bucket about pretty much every game off that.
Had 23 points in the 2 games on the West Coast off the bench. Hawks by 3, Minnesota with the basketball. Here's Christian to Glenn. Now inside Tonga, spins on the right block, goes glass, rattles around no good, and Hayden grabs the rebound. Hawks in transition, Feuerbach on the right side, stops outside the paint, then gives it to Hayden on her way to the hoop. A collision occurred about 6 feet from the basket, and this will go against Minnesota on a blocking charge.
Iowa's doing a good job of putting pressure on the Minnesota defense just by pushing in transition and doing that over and over and over again. It wears out the opponent. I think that's what we're seeing tonight so far early in this basketball game.
Finau Tonga with her first. Free throws for Ava Hayden, already 1 for 1 and 2 for 2. Perfect on the first of 2.
This is a strong quarter already for Iowa. Minnesota actually leads the conference in defense, only allowing about 55 points a game. So Iowa here with 18 as Hayden sinks the second free throw. Pretty impressive start.
Remember, Hayden had 19 in the second half against UCLA. Most of those coming in the third quarter. 18-13 Hawkeyes. Battle. Gets it inside. Hart back in there. Spin move paint goes up. Shot off the window, no. Gets her own rebound. And a whistle from the right side, and we'll get a push. That'll go against Ava Hayden, her first. So Hayes has one. Hayden gets her first foul. Inbounds pass to Hart at the elbow. Now here's Battle. Whips a pass inside, and a easy layup is good by Gracholski. Her first basket. She got free along the baseline. Hawkeyes go right back inside to Hayden. Tried to get a bounce pass across the lane to Stalky. Lost it, retrieved it. Now Deal in between the circles. Hawks by 3. 2:45 left to go in the first. Here's Stalky down the right sideline. Has the ball knocked away. Gives it back to Hayden. 15-foot jumper, elbow no. And the rebound taken down by Battle of Minnesota. Brings it herself across the timeline. Hesitation move all the way to the rim. Missed the layup. Hawkeyes got a break there. Ball batted out to Deal. Now Wright. Along the three-point arc on the left side. Now Hayden. Bounce pass inside. Stalky goes up. And a swat attempt by McKinney is going to result in a foul.
Well, Hannah's earning her keep tonight. Her matchup on the defensive end is against Amaya Battle, a multiple years in a row honorable Big Ten, all Big Ten type player at the guard position. So while Hannah has that advantage then on the offensive end, on defense, she's working to try to defend the dribble and defend the drive.
That'll be McKinney's first. Stalky at the free throw line. First one good. Hannah has 5. At 13 and 8 against UCLA. And also today named Katrina McLean Power Forward of the Year top 10 list.
Wow, how about that? That's quite an honor. Consider how many good players there are in the country right now. It's really an honor for Hannah. Well earned as well.
Yes, so that goes to the top power forward in the country. 2 out of 2 at the line for Stolke. Iowa by 3. Minnesota with the basketball as we approach 2 left to go in the first. Here's Grachalski down the right side of the lane. Got her own rebound after the miss. Wants to go up against Hayden. Scoop shot is good. Tough shot.
Grachalski's kind of an unassuming power forward, but she can really score the basketball. 15 points a game in the Big Ten.
And that draws Minnesota to within 3. Cross-court pass. Deal finds Wright. Looks inside. Bounce pass to Hayden. Now back to Wright. Lost control of it. Gets it back to Stremlow. Weaves toward the basket. Kicks it to Hayden. Now left side. Journey Houston into the game. Now to Deal. Left to the top of the key. Comes off a screen. Hesitation move to the bucket. Shot no. Left-hander is a little bit strong off the glass. And a whistle as the ball went out of bounds along the baseline. And a charge is going to be called against Addie Deal. There was some contact in the paint, and Deal will get her first.
Well, classic 50-50 block charge type call. I think Amaya Battle just beat her to the spot by just a second, had her feet set, but those are always difficult ones for the refs.
Hawks the last 2:38. No field goals. Done some damage at the free throw line to lead by 3 with 1:15 left to go in the first quarter. Battle. Gets it to Braun, and nobody there, and she just knocked down a mid-range jumper right outside the paint, and Braun has 5.
Minnesota's having success with their cross screens and screen aways. Mara just got lost there.
Hawks go inside to Hayden, goes to work, puts it on the floor and goes up and scores off the window from the right block. Hayden with 9, Minnesota quickly down court. Hawks by 3, Minnesota goes inside, turnaround left-handed shot is up and good by Tonga.
Tonga's a very strong physical post player, so Minnesota has 2 of those, and they're kind of alternating, Sophie Hart and Tonga. It's a physical battle for Ava down low.
Yeah, both of them very physical around the block. Tonga averaging 4.8 the last 5 games. Hawkeyes will run some clock here. There's about a 5-second differential between shot clock, game clock, shot clock at 9. Here's Wright. She'll pose and fire a 3 and knock it down left to the top of the key. Chit-chat with 5. Hawks play defense for 3, and then a long-range McKinney 3 from the short corner on the right side is good. So the 2 teams trail. Actually get a 3-pointer to go in their last possession as Minnesota has trailed most of the first quarter. Not a shot you want to give up after you knock one down.
Eerily similar to the end of quarter situation against the Bruins on Sunday, where Coach Jensen, you could just see before the shot even was up, she was not happy about the coverage and transition to allow
and knew
McKinney.
It was going to go in.
Absolutely. You could just feel it sometimes. But let's talk about the positive, which was that Iowa manages the clock really well for their last possession of the quarter. And Chit-Chat, again, the more she's involved in the offense, the more shots she gets up, good things tend to happen.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state, changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. Take a fast break on heating costs this winter. Tune up your furnace, seal drafts, and visit midamericanenergy.com for more ways to stay warm while using less energy. We have played 10 minutes. Iowa 25, Minnesota 24. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Life moves fast. Quick Start keeps up. Whether it's fresh coffee, a bakery treat, or take-home meals that make life easier, we've got everything you need right here. While you're fueling up with our fully guaranteed gasoline, we've got great services like free ATMs and free air, always clean stores, clean restrooms, and a smile for your day. Hey, we're all about saving you time, money, and making life easier. Quick Star's here for you. Whenever you need us, we got you covered.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much.
That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hey folks, this is Jeff Grunder from the Machine Shed. We're all about comfort food at the Machine Shed. Indulge in our classic fried chicken, which is prepared with our own secret spices. Or try our Cattleman sirloin tips, featuring certified Angus beef, served with our famous mushroom stuffing that has onions and Swiss cheese, all topped with a garlic herb sauce. Come experience the taste of home cooking at the Machine Shed.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale. I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
All across the state of Iowa and beyond on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Flagship stations WHO Des Moines, WFT Cedar Rapids. Also our listeners on the Varsity app, the official University of Iowa YouTube page, and our Sirius XM listeners tonight on Channel 84. Hawks have done a lot of good things 10 minutes into the game, especially shooting 9 of 12. Let's see if they can add to that total with the opening possession of quarter number 2 on top by only 1. It's been a game of points in the paint. Iowa 14 and Minnesota 12. Hawks working the right side. Drops it inside to Hayden, and the spin move goes to the left hand. Nice entry pass by Deal. Those good, quick moves, what we saw against UCLA in the back half of that game.
And Ava definitely gained confidence from that. She did that against Lauren Betts, who's probably going to be the first pick in the WNBA draft. If that doesn't give you confidence, I don't know what will.
And then Hayden gets that left arm and bats away an entry pass, and that results in the Hawkeyes with another possession on top 27-24. Iowa continues to look inside. Here's Deal on the left wing. Drives paint. Has a shot blocked as Tonga came out to help. Here's Battle. Kicks it right side to Grachalski. Brings it in between the circles. Now left side McKinney. Open three. Drains it from the left wing.
McKinney having an outstanding sophomore season. We heard in the pregame, their coaches view her as their key player. Open three there. Not great defense from the Hawks.
Got lost a little bit in transition. Hayden from the elbow, no good. Missed it from 15. Rebound taken down by the Gophers. Here's Battle. Brings it herself across the timeline. Gets it back from Braun. And now puts it on the floor all the way down the middle of the paint. Shot is up and no good. Missed a scoop shot with the right hand. Hawks get the rebound in transition. Deal for 3. No good. Off the right side of the iron. And Minnesota. Another board. The Hawkeyes one and done. We're tied at 27. Strummo next dead ball. And here's a long-range Grachalski 3 from the top of the key. Hawkeyes didn't get a hand up in time.
Well, ball screen coverage that was blown. It's in the scout. You have to go over top of ball screen set for Grachalski, and there we slid underneath, got beat.
And you can tell the Hawkeye assistants yelling out. You had to get on top of that ball screen. Defend those three-point shooters. Minnesota grabs a rare lead. Chit-chat right in and out from 15 on the left wing. Rebound taken down by Grachalski of Minnesota. Brings it into the front court. Gophers by 3, 7:30 left to go in the second. Here's a hesitation move all the way to the rim. Shot no good by Braun. And a foul will be called on Deal, her second. One thing Minnesota's done a really good job of, Catherine, in my opinion, is the wing players, when they put it on the floor, it's got that little bounce, that hesitation, and that pauses the Iowa defense, and then they go hard to the rim.
And the main guards that you're seeing are really experienced guards. So they're doing that intentionally, Rob. They have a very quick first step, but they catch, they assess, and then they make a decision about how they want to try to score. And there, Mara Braun simply got a head and shoulder hip ahead of Addie Deal, her matchup on the wing. And with the 5-out clear-out that they had, she had all the room in the world in the paint.
First free throw good. Second one perfect. Braun with 7.
Mara Braun started out as an all Big Ten freshman and then had 2 unfortunate foot injuries that kept her out for most of the next 2 seasons. She's an outstanding player who just hasn't gotten all her shine due to injury.
And had a complete redshirt year as well. 32-27. Minnesota with the lead. Hawks with the basketball. 3 minutes into the second quarter. Here's a 3-ball. Chit-chat right. Knocks it down left at the top of the key.
Well, especially after Taylor McCabe went down, the Iowa coaches told Chit-Chat, you have to be more involved in shooting and scoring in this offense. And sounds like she's listened, Rob. Having a great night so far.
2 threes with 8 points. Here's Grahalski. Works Houston down on the left block. Now middle of the paint, keeps that dribble going and nudges a shot up with the left hand and went through Journey Houston, and a foul will be called on the Hawkeyes.
She was also in the paint for an extremely long time. I think that's just a call doesn't really exist anymore, is 3 seconds. But Journey just kind of moved with her, and allowed her to just continue to body her all the way till she got to the rim.
Just a good one-on-one move in the paint. Can't complete the three-point play, but the ball is loose off the rebound. Layup missed by Hart. Gets it back, missed it again, and finally into the hands of Wright. Across the timeline. Bounce pass to Stremlo. Hawks down 4, 34-30, 6:22 left to go. Second quarter. Here's Stolke. Near the elbow on the right side. Now back to Feuerbach. Puts it on the floor in that same area. Trying to get a bounce pass into Stolke. A kick will be called on Mara Braun. Iowa basketball along the sideline.
That entire possession, Amaya Battle was on Ava Hayden. Kind of a missed opportunity for a major mismatch for the Hawkeye offense there with the much undersized Battle on Hayden.
Got to really ball fake when you've got that defense out on you around the perimeter. Hawks get it in. Here's Strum. Short corner to Kylie Feuerbach. Dribbles it out to the wing, puts the ball on the floor, gets in the paint, up and under, scoop shot, no, got her a rebound, couldn't get the finish, came off the left side of the iron, and Minnesota grabs the rebound. Battle in the front court. Long range 3, Braun, top of the key, all net.
Just too soft there from Kylie, and you don't see that very frequently. Kylie's usually up in your grill, but with Mara Braun, especially when she's feeling it, she's had a pretty good offensive night so far. 3 for 6, 2 for 2 from 3. You just have to be tighter on scorers who have that mentality that they're letting it fly if they see any opening.
Hawks will call a timeout. Braun played 32 minutes against Purdue and only had 7 points. And on the year, 31 of 109 from 3 coming in, 28.4%. That jumper looks a lot better than that percentage.
It does, and like I said just a few moments ago, Mara Braun is an extremely skilled basketball player, spent time with Team USA, won a medal with them, so again, has been riddled by injury, but extremely capable. And those players who have it in them but maybe haven't shown it all the time, all they need is a little inch, and they can take it a mile in a game like this where they're feeling good about their jumper, as clearly Mara is this evening.
5:43 left to go in the second quarter. Minnesota jumps out on top by 7, 37-30. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fans section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Minnesota on a 13-3 run the last 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Hawkeyes just 1 for 7 from the floor, 2 for 8 in the quarter after going 9 of 12 in the first 10 minutes.
Well, that's really what happened, Rob, in this third quarter so far, as Iowa's just gone cold. only 5 points in the first 4 minutes and change, and just a real difference from the first quarter where they shot at 75% from the field and 2 for 3 from 3. So I think a well-called timeout here by Coach Jensen and tighten up the screws a little bit on the defensive end as well.
Hayden with 11. Chit-Chat with 8, and Stolke with 6. The top 3 scorers, and Braun has 10, and Gracholski 7, Tori McKinney 8. And one thing, when you look at Minnesota as a team, 34.4% from 3 on the year. They'll take a lot of them and make their fair share. Got to figure out a way to get up, get a hand up, get a closeout on those 3 balls.
Absolutely. They can score in bunches, and they're off to their best start in the Big Ten in years. So they're a confident team right now.
Winners of 4 in a row. Hawkeye basketball down 7. Here's Feuerbach on the left wing. Gets the pass to Hayden. Now back out to right. Top of the key 3. No good off the right side of the iron. Nice box out and rebound by Battle. No problem for her bringing it across the timeline. Now she'll stop and pop from 15 and knock it down.
Well, it was just too easy. Battle took it as far as she wanted into the lane and then just took a mid-range jumper. With scorers like that, you have to stop them out further on the perimeter.
And almost a steal by Minnesota. Glenn out on right. Big lead for the Gophers, 9. Along the baseline, Stremlow, reverse layup after a beautiful tip pass from Ava Hayden.
A nice give-and-go action. Stremlow cutting along the baseline. And here she is bringing that spark that Coach Jay mentioned to you in the pregame.
She has 4. Hawkeyes pull to within 7. Here's Battle coming off a screen. Thought about it. Now takes a 17-footer. No good. Battle for the rebound. Won by Stolke. Gets it to Feuerbach, who brings it across the timeline. Angles toward the left. And a kick will be called on Gracholski as she tried to get it down on the left block. Tunga and McKinney back for Minnesota. Don Putzawhite, the head coach of the Gophers, resurrected this program as it was in some difficulty before she got there, but has done a terrific job. Mentioned the postseason championship last year in the WBIT. Here's Stolke down on the left block. Shot with the left hand is no good. Minnesota grabs the rebound. Here's Braun in the front court. Gets it to Battle, outside the arc. Wright comes out on her. Now McKinney, top of the key. Pass inside to Battle, goes one-on-one, and has the ball stripped away by Hayden. Down court pass, Stolke is there, goes up, and a reach, and a foul will be called on Battle. One of the better fast break opportunities for the Hawkeyes tonight.
It was, and it's because of the turnover. You know, Minnesota actually on the year doing an outstanding job not turning the basketball over. They actually lead the country in fewest turnovers per game, just 10 per game. So they've got 3 so far here, but Iowa did a nice job there getting the basketball down court really quickly after the steal, and that's defense leading to offense. And the more you can do that, the easier your life becomes.
At the line, Stolke knocks down the first one.
Done a nice job from the line so far this evening.
The Hawks have needed every one of them. Team has done well. And the second one, right through.
Wow, perfect 4 for 4 for Hannah from the free throw line tonight. You love to see that, Rob.
And the Hawkeyes 7 for 7 as a team. And Iowa's drawn to within 39-34. 3:35 left to go. McKinney down the right side. Spins, paint, drops it off for Tonga as she tries to go up. And then the ball knocked away and out of bounds. Good help defense by Hannah Stolke.
And good on-ball defense by Hayden there. Tonga's a strong player in the center, and you can hear again these Iowa coaches in the ears of the officials about 3 seconds. Tonga does like to camp out in there.
So Minnesota will stay with the basketball. Gracholski gets it in. Here's Braun, free throw line extended left with 8 to shoot. Holds the ball above her head, drops it to Tonga. 10 feet away, puts it on the floor, muscles her way toward the basket. Shot is good off the window.
Well, she's a nice player to have come off the bench for you, Rob. I'll tell you what, she's strong, she's physical, and she can put the ball in the hole.
And can create that space. Here's Stolke inside, grabs a pass from Stremlow with her back to the basket, and a push will be called on Minnesota.
Well, you mentioned Minnesota winning the WBIT last year. The year before that, Coach P's first year, they went to the WNIT final, and all those extra games add up, especially with the unique team in college basketball right now. They've had a lot of people stay, so they've played a lot of games together and won a championship.
Yeah, teaches you how to win for sure. Even though it's a lesser tournament than the NCAA, that's where they would like to go. 15-footer missed by Stremlo. Minnesota grabs the rebound. 41-34 Gophers with the basketball, and a push in the paint is going to be called on Chit-Chat Wright.
Oh, man.
Thought that was going to be an offensive foul on McKinney with a shove, but must have caught Chit-Chat doing something initially.
Usually it's the second person who gets caught. In this case, it must have been Chit-Chat first, because I know Chit-Chat was on the ground and the offense wasn't.
Braun gets it in for Hawkeyes, top of the key. Makes her way down the right side, cut off by Hayden. Now back to Braun, right on her. McKinney, free throw line extended left. Dribbles to the free throw line. Now pushes her way inside. Left-handed scoop shot is up and good off Stremlo.
Just the height advantage got the best of her because that was really good on-ball defense from Stremlo. She did everything right. McKinney she's a capable scorer, long guard.
And able to go to that left hand. And Stremlo tries to get it back for three, no good. And a whistle on the rebound. This should go against Minnesota. And McKenna Christian picks up her third personal off the Minnesota bench. And that'll get Briley Glenn back into the game, averaging 7.2, 43-34 Minnesota.
Those three fouls are all because of the speed and strength and respect that teams have for Hannah Stolke's rebounding capability. They do everything they can to deter her from getting the boards.
Hawks get it in along the baseline, off a set play, in and out three by Stremlo, no good. Missed it from the short corner on the left side. Deal next dead ball. Minnesota with McKinney. Gets it into the short corner. That's Glenn. Makes a move toward the paint. And the shot is up and no good. But this will go against the Hawkeyes. Feuerbach her first. Minnesota 4 of their last 5 from the floor. The Hawkeyes in one of those field goal droughts again at 2:47. The drive has hurt the Hawkeyes. Minnesota with some good quickness on the perimeter. Been able to get into the paint and score. First free throw by Glenn is perfect.
And they're doing a nice job from the free throw line, as they have all year, nearly 74% as a team. So even if they don't finish that layup, they're getting themselves to the line, stopping the clock, and converting for the most part there.
And this one rolls off the left side, and the ball tapped out of bounds by Tunga along the baseline as Stalkey was there. So it'll be Iowa basketball, down 10 at 44-34. 2:06 left to go, second quarter.
Here's where you run a set play. You do something that's, you track everything on the entire year. You chart your set plays, how effective they are, what percentage of the time do you score, and how. And so this is where you go into that Rolodex of ones that have been effective for you on the year when you need a bucket down 10 here with 2 to go in the quarter.
And Minnesota's going to challenge that it was actually touched last by Iowa. Stalkey had inside position. Tonga came over the top, so we'll see what the video will have to say, as all plays under review are brought to you by Athletico Physical Therapy. You don't need a jersey to move with purpose or permission to take your healing seriously. At Athletico, recovery fuels what's possible. Move like you mean it. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com, proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Here in Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. It feeds our livestock, nourishes our families, and provides homegrown, clean-burning unleaded 88 for our vehicles. Pump it up with unleaded 88. Go to iowacorn.org to learn more. Now, normally, when we have seen these reviews, it has stayed with the call on the floor.
Yep, that's that high standard of proof in order to overturn something. And I know Hannah was showing the officials the nice new scratches she's got on her arm from that play that just happened, where Iowa feels that there was an over-the-back type of situation and the basketball went out. But we'll see.
So that'll be a successful challenge by Minnesota. as it was determined rather quickly that it went off of Hannah Stolke along the baseline.
Well, you just get a stop here. You know, that's what happens. You got to roll with the punches. Obviously not ideal, but now get a stop.
Grachalski will throw it in. Does so to McKinney on the left wing. Brings it to the paint area. Now kicks it right side to Battle. Battle puts it on the floor, gets into the paint, stops and fires from 14 and knocks it down. Off the dribble jumper by Battle. She has 4.
Now she can do that, and these Minnesota guards are just in a rhythm right now. Iowa needs to do something to shake things up.
Shooting the ball very, very well in this quarter. Hawkeyes now down 12 with 1:38 left to go in the second quarter. Deal puts it on the floor. Stops at the elbow. Now right in between the circles. Deal left wing. Hawks need a field goal. Screened by Houston. Deal puts on the floor. Gets into the paint. Spin move. Shot up and good as she split 2 defenders with the left hand.
I don't know how Addie stayed on her feet there. Spin move, like you say, split 2 different people, and then when she came out on the other side of it, the left-hand layup was right there for the taking.
Well, the Hawks needed that. Pulled to within 10. Here's Battle. Puts it on the floor. Into the paint. Knifes her way to the rim. Shot up and no good. Deal was there defensively. Feuerbach the rebound. Kylie brings it into the front court. McKinney on her. Free throw line extended on the right side. We're under a minute, second quarter. Hawks can cut the lead to single digits. Houston with the jumper. No good off the back of the iron. Hawks will get the ball back. Here's Braun in the front court. Stops and fires a 3 from the top of the key. Nobody came out to defend.
Exactly right, Rob. Nobody ever stopped her. She got all the way to the three-point line, in rhythm, in range, and then just squared her shoulders and knocked it down. She's feeling herself right now. As you can see, she's still clapping. She's feeling really good about her game, as she should, with 13 in the first half.
And has 13, as you mentioned, points for the game, many of those from behind the arc. Hawks down 13, 12 seconds. Hawks can hold for the final shot. Here's Wright, pushes it to the right side. Houston for 3, buries it from the right wing. Now got to play defense. Half-court shot in the air. Back iron, no. That looked like it was going to go down for our vantage point, and just a little bit strong off the back of the bracket.
Oh, but right on line. Man, I was holding my breath as Amaya Battle launched that 3 from half court. But let's go back to Journey Houston, knocking down with confidence that 3 from the right wing. Maybe got a little bit of juice from seeing one go down for her in Westwood last Sunday.
At the game or at home, it's Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages. It'll score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting Midwestern hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Don't forget to stop by and see what everyone is talking about at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar, voted the 2025 Best New Restaurant by the Corridor Business Journal. This modern Midwestern restaurant, located in the heart of the Iowa River Landing, features chef-inspired takes on all of your favorite dishes, with amazing daily specials, unique cocktails, and monthly events. Hawkeye Halftime Show is next. Minnesota 49, Iowa 38. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant and we're committed to making it clean. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle cost-effective alternate fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Let's go, Hawks!
From legendary coaches to unforgettable games, Hawkeye tradition runs deep. And at Hillsbank, our roots run just as deep, 120 years in eastern Iowa and counting. We're proud to support the Hawks and the communities who stand behind them. Hillsbank, banking on community, yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Hillsbank, member FDIC.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is the Hawkeye Halftime Show. Here's Rob Brooks and former Hawkeye Catherine Reynolds.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena, where Minnesota leads Iowa at the half, 49-39. And it is time for our halftime stats report, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Well, starting on the Iowa side of the box score, Iowa shooting at 48% from the field on 14 of 29, 4 for 9 from 3 for 44%, and a perfect 7 for 7 from the free throw line. Leading scorer for the Hawks at the half is Ava Hayden with 11 points on 4 of 6 shooting. She's perfect 3 for 3 from the free throw line, has 2 boards, 2 assists, and a steal to go along with it. Hannah Stolke right behind her with 8 points of her own, as well as 4 boards, and Chit Chat Wright has 8 points and 4 assists at the half. Minnesota is on fire in this first half, shooting at nearly 59% from the field, 20 for 34, 6 for 7 from 3, just shy of 86%, and 3 for 5 from the free throw line, so doing a lot of their damage from range. Making up those 49 points, Mara Braun with 13 of her own. She's 4 for 7 from the field, 3 for 3 from three-point range, 2 for 2 from the free throw line, has an assist and 2 boards as well. Really nice half from Mara Braun. Tori McKinney, the second leading scorer for the Gophers, with 10 points on 4 of 5 shooting, 2 for 3 from beyond the arc. She's got 1 board and 1 assist. Iowa actually behind in the rebounding battle at the half, losing that 19-12. Also losing points in the paint. Haven't seen that a lot this year. Minnesota 22, Iowa 18. Points off turnovers, 6 for the Gophers, 2 for Iowa. Second chance points, 6 for Minnesota, none for the Hawks. Fast break points, 2 for Minnesota, 3 for Iowa. And then points off the bench, 9 for the Golden Gophers, 7 for Iowa. All of that brings you to a halftime score of 49 Minnesota, 39 Iowa. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game, honoring those who serve at every Hawkeye game. Just as our veterans safeguard our freedom, American Equity helps protect your financial future. Named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy insurance companies in America 3 years in a row, American Equity delivers secure retirement income with the service you deserve. Join American Equity in honoring and thanking all who serve our country.
Hawkeye fans, gear up for game day with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, they bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Sip on fan favorites like Easy Eddie, Citrus Surfer, and Neighborhood Beer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to the stadium? No worries. Join them at any of their 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Craving something sweet? Step into the flavor of a good old-fashioned bake sale, Quick-Star style. Satisfy your sweet tooth with our premium donuts. Choose from Quick-Star's fluffy Long Johns, rich Persians, classic Bismarcks, or ring donuts. So delicious, just like the ones at your hometown bake sale. Do you remember those fresh, oven-baked cookies your grandma used to make? So good. Well, the Quickery's got them. Our cookies are just like the ones from back in the day. Let's head straight to the bake sale, only at Quick-Star. Treat yourself today.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant and we're committed to making it clean. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle cost-effective alternate fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Welcome back to the Hawkeye halftime show at Carver Hawkeye Arena. It is Minnesota 49, Iowa 39 after Minnesota outpaced the Hawkeyes in the second quarter 25-14. Hawks led by one after one. Minnesota just red hot in that second quarter. Shot 64.3%, 9 of 14, 4 out of 4 from the arc. The Hawkeyes went cold in the second quarter after shooting 75% in the first, 5 of 17. University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this year, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Time for a scoreboard update, brought to you by Community Choice Credit Union. Also tonight's game sponsor, high fees, unfair charges, no early paydays, no bank you. Become an unbanker instead at Community Choice. Check out the top 25. Right now, number 25, North Carolina leads Clemson 53-44 late in the fourth. South Carolina, no problem with Mississippi State 63-28. 2 minutes to go in the third. Number 19, Tennessee, has a slight edge over Georgia, 42-38. That game midway through the third quarter. At the half, it is number 17, Duke, 37. Number 6, Louisville, 27. Number 16, Kentucky leads number 7, Vanderbilt. Been on a little bit of a slide. Our opponents have a say in that, of course, as the Wildcats lead by 4, 38-34. Games later on involving top 25 teams. This is a good one at 8 o'clock. Number 5 LSU and number 4 Texas. And then the Ohio State Buckeyes at Washington. That's number 9 versus number 24. And number 13 Ole Miss is at number 21 Alabama. USC at Northwestern. That an 8 o'clock Central tip from Evanston. Hawkeyes work to do. Still in the locker room. Minnesota back out on the floor. It is the Gophers 49. The Hawkeyes 39. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Dives for lunch.
The Juicy Lucy. Essentially, it's a burger but with cheese on the inside.
James Beard Award winners for dinner.
French technique, but Midwestern ingredients.
It's a little unbecoming to lick the bowl, but...
Plan your next trip at exploreminnesota.com.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need, so you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank. full of snacks, or full of smiles, or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Abbott in the Big Ten. 18 schools. One blood drive competition with a life-saving purpose. We give blood. This season, your one donation helped save up to 3 lives. And together, we saved over 200,000. But the need for blood never stops. So keep your sleeves rolled up. Keep giving blood. Keep saving lives. Visit big10.org/Abbott to donate.
In Minnesota, we don't hide from winter. We embrace it. When there's a nip in the air, we take on the trails. For every layer you wear, there's a new experience waiting for you.
It's a little unbecoming to lick the bowl, but...
Plan your next trip at exploreminnesota.com.
Hawks back out on the court. Fans urging Iowa on here at the half as the Hawkeyes trail by 10, 49-39. And hopefully for the Hawks, Minnesota will cool off for the game at 58.8%, 6 of 7 from 3, 85.7%. Hawkeyes have made all 7 of their free throws, 14 of 29, 48.3 overall. Third quarter action coming up next from Carver Hawkeye. Iowa down 10 to Minnesota. The Hawks have won 11 straight games against the Gophers. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his crew at Dodge Street Tire. For over 30 good years, they have taken care of their customers and treated them like neighbors. This season, if your car or truck is struggling to compete, take a shot with Dodge Street Tire. You won't have to jump through hoops to ensure quality and honest service for Hawkeye fans everywhere. Whether it's new tires or engine trouble, Dodge Street Tire will score a win for you and your family. At the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
W-A! Let's go, Hawks!
In Iowa, black and gold isn't just a color combo, it's a way of life. And for more than 120 years, Hillsbank has been proud to be a part of that tradition. Rooted in eastern Iowa, serving the communities that cheer the loudest. We celebrate the Hawkeye spirit that makes game days unforgettable. Hillsbank, banking on community, yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Hillsbank, member FDIC.
Just about ready to start the third quarter from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Only regular season matchup, Iowa and Minnesota. The Hawks trail by 10. With RE/MAX, it's more than numbers on a contract. It's about trust, honest advice, and expert guidance. Because while numbers count, trust matters most. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Iowa Hawkeye Athletics. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification before quarter number 3. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field. Hawk fans, enjoy your home away from home at Coralville's all-suite Homewood Suites in the Iowa River Landing and the Home 2 Suites, both Hilton hotels. Relax in spacious suites with kitchens and enjoy free breakfast, 24-hour gym, pool, hot tub, and more. Perfectly located for your next Hawkeye visit. Minnesota basketball. Hawks ended the second quarter on a Journey Houston 3-ball from the right wing. Go right inside to Hart, works herself along the baseline and dribbles it out of bounds. Iowa basketball.
Well, that's a good start for the Hawks, forcing a turnover right off the bat. And, you know, most nights, Rob, you're going to be happy with 39 points in the first half, especially against this defense. But when you give up 49, that looks a little bit different on the page.
Minnesota shooting numbers off the charts, especially in that second quarter. Hayden kicks it back out to Deal on the right wing. Puts it on the floor, fakes a jumper, and gets it to Hayden, working the right side, 8 to shoot. Here's Deal, gets a screen, she'll fire for 3. No good off the right side of the iron. Battle is there for the rebound.
The basketball just stayed on one side of the court the entire possession. Iowa needs to have more ball movement than that, make things more challenging for Minnesota's D, make them move.
Grahalski left to the top of the key, puts the ball on the floor, goes all the way to the rim. Shot blocked by Stolke, but a foul will be called along the baseline. And they'll get Hannah. That's just the first team foul on Stolke, but back to the free throw line. Now the Gophers with Grace Grahalski out of North Prairie, Wisconsin. First one good, and that puts her into double figures with 10.
Again, Hannah defending the drive a lot more tonight than she's normally accustomed to doing, just with these more undersized guard-like forwards that Minnesota has.
And that's where Minnesota has made a difference tonight. Both free throws good for Grahalski. Taking it from the wing or the top of the key on the floor and getting to the rim or stop with a jumper in the paint. Give and go inside to Hayden. Floats one up with the left hand over the front of the rim. Good. Hayden with 13.
Chit Chat and Ava in that ball screen action. It's been the bread and butter this evening.
Here's Braun. Tried to weave her way in, then kicks the ball to Battle. Free throw line extended right. Now Braun in between the circles, right on her. Plays catch with Battle with 12 to shoot. Puts it on the floor along the baseline, tries to back her way in. Now pulls it back out. Here's McKinney coming off a screen and then drops a pass inside to a wide open Hart. First one blocked, second one up and good off the window.
Initial good action there by Addie Deal to come over and block Sophie Hart. Unfortunately, just reflected right back into her hands.
And Hart at 6'5". Back cut to Chit Chat right, too strong off the window. Little floater just outside the paint and a whistle on the rebound, and a foul will go against Hayden, her second.
Ava kind of used her offhand to try to lift herself up and get access to that rebound, and happened right in front of the official. You can't climb their back that way.
Houston comes in for Ava Hayden. 53-41. The Hawkeyes down. Minnesota with the basketball. Hawkeyes apply a little pressure. Try to take Minnesota out of rhythm, then back off. As McKinney brings it across the timeline. Feuerbach out of Battle. Down the left side of the lane. Shot is up and no good. And a little bit of a late whistle along the baseline, but this will go against the Hawks. And Deal will pick up her third. Battle with that quick first step. Will be at the line for 2.
It was an extremely late whistle, and I think kind of Battle got bailed out a little bit. She chucked up a shot as she was falling to the ground, and then in came the whistle once she hit the deck. It's just unfortunate when that happens. Sometimes just because someone loses their balance doesn't always necessitate a whistle, but we see that quite often.
Battle makes the first at 17-9 against Purdue. Second one rolls in. And Tunga for Hart for Minnesota. Change at the center position. 55-41. Gophers. Hawkeyes got off to a hot start. Ever since then, it's been Minnesota. Here's Houston at the free throw line. Dribbles down the left side of the lane. Layup a little bit too strong. Made a nice move, but the layup with the right hand on the left side off the right side of the rim. Minnesota quickly down court. Baseline jumper up and no good by Grahalski. Rebound Tunga has it blocked away on a shot attempt by Stolke. Here's Stremlow. In the front court, right. It's a screen from Stolke. Now right side Feuerbach for 3. Rimming no. Kylie 0 for 4. 55-41 Minnesota lead in the basketball. Here's Braun. Lost control of the ball, dug up by Wright. Iowa with numbers and a bad pass to Stremlow. Ball goes out of bounds along the baseline. Tried to do too much there had numbers, but not a huge advantage with that angle.
And it was excellent effort for Chit Chat to recover that errant basketball and get the turnover from Minnesota. But then, like you say, Rob, just led Stremlo way too far, straight out of bounds. Unfortunate to get a little juice from the turnover and then give it right back.
Battle across the timeline for Minnesota, 55-41. She'll stop and fire from 14 and knock it down. Another off the dribble mid-range jumper by Battle. She has 8.
Won't be surprised if we see an Iowa timeout here quickly, as this lead ballooned to 16 pretty quickly.
Here's Houston on the right side. Turnaround long 2 is no good. And a foot on the line. Strong off the left side of the iron, 57-41. Hawkeyes got to be careful here with 6:25 left to go in the third. Battle outside the arc on the right side, puts it on the floor, hesitates, gets into the paint, and shot is up and no good. And the rebound taken down by Houston. Now Stremlo on the right side, cross-court pass to Wright. Free throw line extended, gets a screen, drops it inside to Houston, goes in, shot good off the window, blocking foul called on Minnesota.
Again, just that textbook action, the ball screen and roll, and Journey Houston doing a really nice job getting herself down there and getting position. Saw the defender Tonga stepping over and was able to elevate up instead of into the defender, and luckily that block charge call goes Iowa's way because Tonga did have her feet set.
And that's her second. Hart comes back in for Minnesota. Houston at the line. Trying to complete the three-point play. Free throw, perfect. And Iowa stays perfect at the line.
Yeah, that's been a difference maker, and it will be as Iowa tries to claw their way back into this game, now down 13. But good minutes from Journey Houston again off the bench.
We played a little over 4 in the third quarter, 57-44. Minnesota with the basketball. Battle near the top of the arc. Now to Braun, comes off a screen. Drops a pass into Hart. Left-handed layup is good as she rolled toward the basket.
You know, unfortunately, it's kind of the same movie we saw out west. You know, Rob, it's just every time there's a window of opportunity, Iowa not quite capitalizing. Would love to see that start here.
Here's Wright for 3. Got it. One dribble and a chit-chat Wright 3. Just a couple steps from the top of the key.
It's a simple game, Rob. You got to knock down shots, and Chit-Chat's done a good job of that this evening.
Has 3 threes. And it's 59-47. Hawks have cut into that lead. Battle goes one-on-one into the paint down the right side. Stop. Shot is no good. Short off the window. Hawks get the rebound. Right across the timeline. Brings it left side. Battle comes out on her. Stalky the screen. Chit-Chat now goes right side. Stremlo. Fake the shot. Almost traveled. Now Wright gets it. Pulls it back to the right side. Bounce pass into Houston. Flips it off to Feuerbach along the baseline. Then a jumper for Stalky, in and out. Missed it from 15 from the left wing.
Oh man, just rimmed out. An unlucky bounce there for the Hawks after a good offensive possession. Very patient.
And a 3 ball is good from the right wing by Grachalski. Right in front of the Minnesota bench. 62-47. Hawkeyes get it right back. Journey Houston gets free underneath. Fast break opportunity for Iowa.
The more of those, the better. Iowa's best when they're out and running in transition. And here you can see Minnesota already starting to play some slowdown, trying to take control of the tempo with this lead.
With 4:10 left to go in the third, 62-49. Here's Glenn on the left wing. Dribbling around and now gets into the paint. Stops at the 14-foot mark, pivots. Right side Battle. 6 to shoot. Battle muscles her way in, up and under. Scoop shot is good as she broke free from Taylor Stremlo.
Just bully ball. Battle took her time, just tried to get as deep as she could in the paint, and then because she was so deep, there was no chance for a help side rotation.
64-49. Hawks down with the basketball. Wright flips it left side. Stremlo for 3. Back iron, no. Rebound, Houston. Left-handed layup, good.
Journey Houston, night in and night out, Rob, showing why she's earned the minutes that she's getting. And she's playing so hard, she's gassed. I just saw her ask for a sub. She's been everywhere this last few minutes.
Of course, had a career-high 16 against USC, has 10. She likes Thursday night hoops.
Yeah, I guess so. Something about it in the air.
Hawks down 13. Hart in the middle. Kicks it back out. Glenn for 3. Swishes this from the right wing.
Man, you really felt like Minnesota couldn't keep up these shooting numbers that they had in the first half. But, man, had they. 8 for 9 from 3.
And it's all net for them. Stalky can't connect deep. on the right side. Minnesota with the rebound. Braun kicks it left side. Grachalski, three, right side of the rim, no good. Rebound taken down by Stalky. Quickly down court. Here's Chitchat right, free throw line extended left, 67-51. Fakes a three, gets into the paint, drops it off for Stalky. Layup, window, good, and she's fouled.
That was a beautiful ball screen execution by Chitchat Wright. Journey was the one who set the screen from her. She wasn't open on the roll. Chitchat used the hesitation move to get herself into the paint and then saw Hannah Stolke, who had been biding her time, establishing position on the right block for the little dump pass layup. Really nice job by Chitchat.
Timeout on the court from Carver Hawkeye. Hawks have done some good things offensively, but so have the Gophers. Minnesota 67, Iowa 53, 2:34 left to go in the third. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Attention Hawkeye fans, Big Grove is proud to be an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Whether you're at the game or watching from home, Big Grove has got you covered. Enjoy an easy Eddie from the stands or visit them for every Hawkeye game at any of their 4 convenient Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, or Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! Big Grove Brewery, an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game, honoring those who serve at every Hawkeye game. Just as our veterans safeguard our freedom, American Equity helps protect your financial future. Named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy insurance companies in America 3 years in a row, American Equity delivers secure retirement income with the service you deserve. Join American Equity in honoring and thanking all who serve our country.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Now Stremlo on the right side, cross-court pass to right. Free throw line extended, gets a screen, drops it inside to Houston, goes in, shot good off the window, blocking foul called on Minnesota. And a nice move in the paint by Journey Houston, who's been a huge force off this Hawkeye bench, and that made the score 57-43. The Hawks trying to claw back into this one, and that is the RE/MAX move of the game. It's more than numbers on a contract. It's about trust, honest advice, and expert guidance, because while numbers count, trust matters most. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of the Hawkeyes. Also, Dodge Street Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated and voted best of the area for a dozen straight years, proudly supports Hawkeye women's basketball. Trust Dodge Street Tire for honest auto repair and the best on Goodyear tires. And also Toyo Tires. Dodge Street Tire and Auto celebrating over 30 good years on the corner of Dodge and Church Streets. Hannah Stalke could not convert the free throw. That's her first miss, team's first miss. And it's 67-53 Minnesota. Minnesota with the basketball. Tunga outside the paint. Has it knocked away by Hayden. And then lost control by Tunga, but touched last by the Hawkeyes.
Good D from Ava. She knows that these Minnesota bigs like to put the ball on the floor. And so when they do that, she just picked at the ball, sent it out of bounds. Almost looked like it was out on Tunga.
But Minnesota basketball. Approaching 2 left to go in the third. Here's Brown dribbling around. Jumper is no good. Tunga rebound, putback is good with the left hand, and she's fouled.
Well, somehow Tonga ended up all by herself down low. The only person there to box her out, Chitchat Wright, and a major size advantage for Tonga against Chitchat. The boards have actually been an area on the year. Iowa, we know, double-digit plus-minus when it comes to the rebounds, but not tonight. Iowa getting out-rebounded 30-17. And
Minnesota, very good rebounding team as well. They're plus 7-3 on the year. Tonga buries the free throw. Foul was on Stremlo. And it's 70-53. Minnesota on top, Iowa with the basketball. Stremlo, free throw line extended right. No look pass inside to Hayden. Goes glass and finishes. Ava Hayden with 15.
When she does that, it's so impressive. Just turns and is able to elevate over the defender, use the glass to finish.
Hawks need some stops. Trying to make a fourth quarter run, down 15. Here's McKinney. Fires it inside. Shot is up and no good. Grachalski racing toward the basket. And she'll shoot 2 after a foul on Hannah Stolke.
Back screen set on Hannah Stolke to set up Grachalski for that. And again, I keep saying it, but Hannah is just defending actions that she doesn't typically have to defend because she's spending so much time on the perimeter this evening. So back screens, cross screens, all these things that they're using to get their forward who really scores like a guard.
First one is good. Grachalski knocks down the second. She has 16, had 9 at the half. And it's 72-55 with 1:29 left to go in the third. Kelly Levine was in for about a minute just to give Kylie Fierbach a breather as Chit-Chat Wright brings it across the timeline. Now Stremlo, free throw line extended left, brings it to the top of the key. Bounce pass into Hayden, and her turnaround shot is no good. Kind of short-armed that one. Rebound taken down by Battle of Minnesota. Work it around the arc to McKinney. Stops at the elbow. Hands it off to Grachalski. Free throw line extended left. On the floor, in the paint. Drives down the right side. Layup no good. Too strong off the window. Hayden the rebound. We're under a minute, third quarter. 72-55. The Hawks are down. Takes some momentum to the fourth quarter. Fierbach, free throw line extended right. Now to Hayden. Elbow jumper. Strong. Stolke. Rebound in the paint. Kicks it back out to Stremlo. She'll fire a 3-ball. No good. Too strong. Rebound Braun. That time Hannah had her back to the basket. I think if she turned and looked, could have made a move. There was some room there. But the Hawks got a good look at a 3-ball. McKinney down the right side, spins, goes to the left hand, shot no. Rebound. Tonga took it away from Hayden. Now left side is Grachalski. McKinney now back to Grachalski on the left wing. 9 to shoot, 11 on the shot clock. To end the third quarter, Grachalski out by the logo. Tries to turn the corner and now gets inside, and the shot is up and no good, and that's a shot clock violation. 1.1 on the clock. See if they take a look at that to see if that's the actual time. Glenn comes in.
I'm actually surprised that the refs didn't go to the table to put more time up. Should be, I would guess, about 3 seconds.
But the Hawks won't even shoot to end quarter number 3. So good defense at the end of the quarter by the Hawkeyes, but certainly work to do as we head to the fourth. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. Compassionate help anytime, anywhere. You can call or text 988. We have played 3 from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Minnesota 72, Iowa 55. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant and we're committed to making it clean. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle cost-effective alternate fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Ben McCullum. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
Go
for the big Honda savings. Save thousands on a new Honda today with 0.99% financing. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are on sale. Get as low as 0.99% APR on a new 2025 Ridgeline. Go for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Financing on credit approval offer ends 3/2/26.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Well, some stars inside Carver Hawkeye Arena tonight. Of course, Megan Gustafson, who showed up at practice yesterday. Said Josie Jewell, former Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year.
Josie's
also
got his family over there with him. I saw all 4 members of the fam had big Carver cones.
And why not?
Yeah, why not is
Made
right.
it back for a few football games, too. Free agent now in the NFL. As Minnesota outscored Iowa in that third quarter, 23-16. Catherine, 8 of 10 from 3. Minnesota for the ball game.
No, the shooting numbers speak for themselves, and that's one thing. But as we talked about off air there, Rob, there's other categories. Iowa being out-rebounded 33-19. On a night where a team is as hot as the Gophers are tonight, you can't have those other statistical categories slide.
So here we go, fourth quarter. Hawkeyes with the basketball. Work it around to Stolke outside the arc. Now free throw line extended. Chit-chat right, puts it on the floor, kicks it to Hayden. Short jumper, got the roll.
Well, that's the start you needed. It's one possession at a time. Chip away, and then hope that your defense can ramp up a little and limit this hot shooting that we've seen from Minnesota.
72-57, and now you would expect Minnesota to take their time. They've been able to get a shot off really about any time they want. There's some one-on-one moves, some good back cuts, and they work that clock all the way down to 5. Here's Battle trapped in the corner. Spins, gets into the paint, kicks it right side, desperation 3, no good by Grachalski off the left side of the iron into the hands of Stremlo. To right, puts on the Jets and gets into the paint, now left wing. In between the circles, Stremlo. As the Hawks go inside to Stolke, and a whistle. This will be Battle with her second foul.
Now, Chit-Chat has played really heavy minutes over the course of the last several games, Rob. 40 minutes, I'm pretty sure, in both games out west, and then here she's played every single minute of this game so far. So her teammates have to help her when they're pushing in transition to get the tempo going, knowing she's got a lot of minutes on those legs.
Hawks get the ball in. Right in the corner to Feuerbach. 12 to shoot. Stolke comes out, back to Feuerbach, drives toward the baseline, stops, kicks it back to Stremlo. Now inside Stolke as the ball batted away from behind, but a reach is going to be called on Amaya Battle, her third.
It's good to see, and good to see these early fouls, meaning Iowa will get to the bonus quicker in this fourth quarter. Time when the clock stops is to Iowa's advantage here.
Hawks get it in. Stremlo gets it back from Hayden, and now an errant pass. Good idea, well executed play, but pass was a little errant, but the play was there.
Kind of that right idea, wrong execution type of thing. And Taylor Stremlo tried to make a little wraparound bounce pass to Ava, and Ava was just a step behind where Taylor thought she was.
Hawks will have to play defense. It's where it's going to be done at the defensive end as McKinney flies down the left side of the lane, and then the ball poked away from behind by Kylie Feuerbach.
Well, you're always going to get high-effort defense from Kylie, but she's struggled a little bit offensively over the course of the last probably 2 weeks. 0 for 4 here tonight. Would love to see her get one going.
Minnesota inbounds the ball. Here's Glenn off the elbow. Kicks it left side. 3 ball. Good by Grachalski. Boy, she had a sensational second half. 19 points overall, 10 since intermission.
Yeah, so a little screening action got her free off the baseline out of bounds. Hannah got hung up.
And almost a steal. Feuerbach had to go back court, then threw it away to McKinney, racing down the left side. The layup is good with the left hand. Tori McKinney with 12. Hawks call timeout. Just like that, Minnesota extends that lead to 20.
just kind of in every area so far in this quarter. Rob, obviously we got the first score, but then from there it was kind of every other thing went Minnesota's way. Some pressure defense in the backcourt leading to that turnover here that led to the timeout, and then the baseline out of bounds action right before that where you kind of knew where the ball was going. Gracholski shooting at 50% from 3 on the year, and in screen for her, freed her up, knocked it down from the left wing.
And this team, Minnesota, shoots threes at 34.4% on the season. Hot tonight. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn grows feed for our livestock, food for our families, and clean burning fuel with Unleaded 88. Go to iowacorn.org to pump it up with Unleaded 88. 7:50 left to go in the fourth. Minnesota 77, Iowa 57. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Life's busy. Quickstar makes it easier. From fresh hot coffee to delicious bakery treats and quick grab-and-go meals and snacks, we've got what you need when you're on the run. Top off your tank with Quickstar's fully guaranteed fuel to keep you moving. Plus, enjoy added perks like free ATMs and complimentary air for your tires. Convenience, savings, and a see you next time with a smile. We're your go-to for everything you need to keep your day on track, because your comfort and cravings deserve the best. Stop into Quickstar today.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Midwest One believed in us and gave us the money to get started, and it was great.
We're talking with Jack Piper of Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack.
In 2005, they were there when we opened Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack. They've been there every step of the way with funding and great feedback on how to expand our brand. Midwest One Bank has been great, and with the recent uncertain times, we got through it, thanks to Midwest One Bank.
Midwest One Bank. Simply better banking. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawkeyes down 20, 77-57 on hot shooting by Minnesota, 9 of 12 from 3. And for the game, Minnesota at 54.7 overall. 23, or make that 29 of 53. And you got the likes of Battle and Gracholski, Braun, and McKinney all in double figures. Then you've got Hart with 8 and Tonga with 9. The two post players have combined for 17 points. And Minnesota already with 77 on the board. They average 75 a game. We have 7:40 left to go in the fourth quarter. Feuerbach in between the circles, Deal back in there. Chitchat Wright has it and fires a 3-ball from the right wing. Chitchat Wright with 14.
Well, she's certainly been a bright spot tonight. 4 for 5 from behind the arc.
And also has 8 assists, 1 turnover, and 3 steals.
Now that'll do it for a point guard. Those are great numbers.
But the Hawkeyes still down 17. Minnesota deliberate on this possession, and a whistle. Ava Hayden along the baseline, away from the ball.
Well, Minnesota won 4 in a row coming into tonight, and I think we're seeing the product of the confidence that they've built over the course of that 4-game winning streak.
And them knowing that Iowa has dominated this series, coming off a screen, 16-foot jumper right through for Grace Gracholski. 21 for her. Hawkeyes get it right back. And a chance for a 3-point play. As Ava Hayden went to work underneath, Gophers were there, and Hart commits the foul. Hayden looking for point number 20. In the air, rattles it in.
It was a heads-up push from Chitchat. She just beat her down the floor and then made a perfect bounce pass entry to Ava Hayden to finish on the right side.
79-63. Minnesota with the lead in the basketball. We're under 7. Here's McKinney. Pounds that ball on the floor, hesitates toward the rim, and then the ball grabbed out of the air by Hayden, dug up by Feuerbach, and she is held by Tori McKinney.
Oh, a demonstrative defensive possession from Iowa. If it wasn't Hayden who blocked it, it was either going to be Stokey or Feuerbach. They were all over that drive for McKinney, and you love to see that kind of defensive energy. Hopefully it can lead to something here on the offensive end.
Hayden just ripped the ball right out of the air.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Didn't even swat at it.
Pretty amazing.
And now she has the ball just right at the top of the key. Now gets it to Wright. She fires another three-pointer shot. No, but a foul by Battle on a 3-ball that almost went in, and 3 free throws for Chit-Chat Wright.
Well, 2 good things there. One is that it's the 4th foul on Amaya Battle, which sends her to the bench after she's got 10 points tonight, and just an impact player for Minnesota. And then secondly, sends Chat to the line, shooting at 91% on the year from the free throw line, and it stops the clock.
And the first one right through. Wright with 15. She had 8 at intermission. Top 5 in the country free throw shooting percentage. Second one also good. And the third rolls in. 79-66. Hawks playing inspired after that timeout. Here's McKinney. Free throw line extended left. Hands it off to Braun, who has not scored in the second half. Now Tunga goes to work in the paint. Has her shot blocked and is called for traveling. Ava Hayden there defensively.
Well, I love what we're seeing with some life out of the Iowa defense here. They're into this, and the crowd's starting to get a little bit of energy as well to help them out. And that's what this crowd needs to do. Help these Hawkeyes out. It's been a tough night so far. Get them back in the game.
Here's Wright. Dribbles toward the baseline. Whips it into Hayden. Layup. Count it! And now they're going to call an offensive foul on Ava Hayden. She rolled toward the basket, was wide open, goes up, and then the help side defense by Grahalski came over, and the officials said that it was in time.
The reason the crowd's infuriated is that they showed the replay and both of her feet were inside that charge circle.
So Minnesota basketball. Boy, that would have been a huge boost for the Hawkeyes. Grahalski loses control of it. And it's dug up by Deal, and then looks like she was fouled by Glenn. And she was going after the ball, so the clock stops. Free throws for Addie Deal. So another really inspired defensive effort by the Hawkeyes.
And sometimes karma works out. It didn't go Iowa's way down here on that charge call against Ava, but then force another turnover, stop the clock. Again, we mentioned those early fouls in the quarter for Minnesota, leading to Iowa being in the bonus, and advantage Iowa here to get sent to the free throw line and catch their breath in the action.
And Addie knocks down the first one. Her first point since the second quarter, has 6. Her third start. Second one in the air, strong, and Deal goes after the rebound. Boy, it looked like she cleanly knocked that away, but is going to be called for a foul. So 1 out of 2 at the line for Deal. That's her 4th. 79-67. Hawkeyes down, full court press in effect. And now Grahalski, and a blocking foul in the backcourt will be called against Kylie Feuerbach, just trying to make something happen. And it looked like she was moving on that one.
Well, and sometimes teams go to that press with like a minute and a half left on the clock. I like that Iowa has ramped it up here early with 5.5 to go. There's still plenty of time in this game, Rob.
79-67, 5:25 to go. Here's McKinney. Backs it up against Stalky. Now Grahalski puts it on the floor, gets in the paint, Kicks it to Glenn. Mid-range jumper good from the left side.
Well, Addie Deal went all out on the help side there, left her matchup all by herself, and they made her pay.
And Minnesota's been knocking down the shots in and out for Deal on the right side. Boy, that did everything except go in. Where's that kind rim we saw in the first quarter?
Well, loosen these rims up a little bit here in Carver, apparently, because, man, you're right. They've had some rim outs for sure.
81-67, Minnesota with the lead in the ball. Here's Braun. Tries to weave her way around. Now brings it top of the key. Through traffic, and Wright steals it away from her. Chit-chat across the timeline. Keeps that right-handed dribble going. Whips a pass inside to Hayden. And it's knocked away by Hart. That also didn't look like much contact. But Hart will pick up her third. And should put Ava Hayden at the line when we come back. 4:33 left to go. Iowa within striking distance. 81-67. Don't forget, Hawk fans, throughout the season, you can join head coach Jan Jensen for Hawk Talk, presented by Oaknall, live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency in Coralville. Hawk Talk with Coach Jensen takes place every week from 6 until 7. We'll be there Monday night. Would love to see you. 4:33 left to go in the fourth. Minnesota 81, Iowa 67. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawkeye fans, gear up for game day with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, they bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Sip on fan favorites like Easy Eddie, Citrus Surfer, and Neighborhood Beer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to the stadium? No worries. Join them at any of their 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Well, the Hawkeyes have outscored Minnesota in the fourth 12-9, but still trail 81-67 with 6, make that 4:33 left to go in the fourth. The second and third quarters, Iowa lost those 25-14, 23-16 in the third after having a 1-point lead after the first. And the hot shooting of Minnesota, one of the storylines for sure. And they're still 4 for 6 in this quarter.
Yeah, they've had a great offensive night, but I think Iowa's defensive intensity has certainly ramped up in this fourth quarter. Again, holding them to 9 so far, 5.5 into the quarter is well below what they've been doing. And you just don't want to run out of time with the defensive effort that Iowa's come up with. However, I do feel like for the first time in a long time, Minnesota doesn't look like they're so comfortable with the shots that they're taking. They're having to work for things a little bit harder, and then, as you mentioned, their three-point numbers, still 1 for 2 in the quarter, but they're not getting them off so easily as they were for most of this game.
So Hayden at the line, free throw short. Minnesota scored 88, 87, 88 the last 3.
Yeah, they've blown people out the last 3. Penn State, Purdue.
Wisconsin.
Yep.
And the second one, no good. Came off the front of the iron. Empty possession for the Hawkeyes. Not what they needed.
Yeah, can't have too many of those now.
Minnesota in the front court. 81-67, 4:20 left to go. Here's McKinney. Left to the top of the key. Stalking on her defensively. Now Grachalski to Hart at the elbow. Being hounded by Hayden. Now makes a spin move in the paint. Shot no good off the left side of the iron. Hayden the board. And a foul. He's going to go against the Hawkeyes.
Really too bad. Just Addie Deal reaching in, I guess, from the kind of behind Amaya Battle, who was going up for that board against Ava Hayden. That kind of a weak call, in my opinion, when really the action was happening between Battle and Hayden.
And that's 5 on Addie Deal. 81-67 Minnesota. So Stremlo come into the game. So Deal will sit down with 6 points. And battle at the line for Minnesota. 4:06 left to go. First one good. Battle with 11. Averages 9.9, 82-67. 4:06 fourth. Put one more on the board for the Gophers, 83-67. Battle with 12. Hawkeyes with the ball in the front court. 4 minutes exactly left to go. Stalky out near the elbow, puts it on the floor, kicks it right side to Feuerbach, gets it back from her. She's doubled, drops it off for Hayden. Left-handed layup good.
That is not an easy pass for Hannah to make, coming against the double team to find Ava Hayden there on the left block. Great execution by the Iowa Bigs.
Ava with 22 to lead the way. Minnesota with battle right at the top of the key, outside the arc. You would think Minnesota will spread the floor, run some clock. Here's battle down the right side, and a bump with Feuerbach. And that's going to go an offensive foul. She initiated the contact, and that is the 5th foul on the 5'11 senior from Hopkins, Minnesota. She'll sit down with 12.
Well, they're just used to having Amaya Battle in the lineup. So for one, I'm happy to see her go to the bench with 3:27 left in this game. And I think, Rob, this is a definitive possession for Iowa. Down 14, 3:20 to go. And you need to get something here, whether it's a 2 or a 3, get yourself to the free throw line. Just something to keep yourself, I think, active in this basketball game.
So Briley Glenn, graduate student, comes in, averaging 7 points a game. Right for 3, no. And Stalky, a one-handed rebound, and is fouled in the process.
Yep, that'll work, and that's how Hannah draws so many fouls in a game. I mean, she's so far in this game has been fouled 9 times, and part of it is the way that she attacks the glass on both ends of the floor, and that's a stat that sometimes is not really talked about, is how many fouls are drawn, and Hannah, night in, night out, has an ability to do that.
And knocks down the first free throw. She has 11, 83-70. 3:14 left to go. Krahalski, her second foul. Second one perfect. And a backcourt foul is going to be called on Stremlo before Minnesota could even get the ball in. A little shove. 83-71. Hawks down 12, but now Minnesota will be at the line. Free throw good by Glenn. Second one no good. And rebound, putback attempt no good by Hart. Down court Stremlo, and almost threw it away, did throw it away, as she tried to get past to Feuerbach in the corner. We're under 3. Minnesota with the basketball, 84-71. That was a huge possession for the Hawkeyes that really could have put the pressure on the Gophers.
Yeah, Stremlo thought Feuerbach was cutting to the rim, and she wasn't. She stayed wide at the three-point line. Pass went right out of bounds.
5 to shoot. Here's Braun, who has not scored in the second half. And a desperation 3 ball, banked it in from the top of the key.
Oh, that is the kind of night the Gophers have had. For a desperation heave, as you called it perfectly, to bank in at the end of the buzzer is the kind of night the Gophers have had from three-point range.
And the defense was there.
Yeah, they sure were. You did everything you could. 30 full seconds of good defense. That heave was at the last second.
And Hayden quickly gets the ball in the paint and is fouled, and will shoot a pair, as that foul is on Hart.
A few really big sequences back to back to back in the last minute and a half or so for the Hawks, and I think just a couple of them that needed to go their way didn't. Namely that last pass, Stremlo, and coming out of the timeout, the 2 free throws for Eva Hayden that she didn't connect. A couple of those things, can change the course of a game, even though it's a free throw here or a pass there.
But Hayden makes both of those, 87-73. 2:20 left to go. Minnesota breaks the pressure. Let's see how the Hawkeyes elect to play this. Stremlo poked the ball away from Glenn and out of bounds. Minnesota will have it along the sideline with 2:14 left to go.
You got to be all out in the passing lanes here. 2:14 to go. You got to create disruption to the Minnesota offense. You can't let them take 30 seconds off the clock every time. You don't have time for that.
Yeah, might as well play defense now. 15 to shoot. Here's a 3 ball by McKinney. Straight away, no good. But the rebound, Grachalski goes up, can't connect, and a whistle on the rebound. Tonga was there. Hayden was there. And Ava's going to get the foul.
The 14th offensive rebound of the night for the Gophers, and they've done a nice job of converting and making things happen off of them. 11 second chance points. Could be a couple more here as she sends it to the free throw line after another O board.
So 2 minutes exactly left to go. Minnesota 87. Iowa 73. Tonga at the free throw line. First one is up and right through.
Well, Rob, you do really have to give hats off to Minnesota for this offensive performance. Carver's not an easy place to come in and play. Packed every single night in, night out, and they were ready to go tonight, clearly, the way they performed on the offensive end.
Second one strong, 1 out of 2. It's 88-73. Here's Houston, top of the key. Feeds right side Feuerbach, and the ball knocked out of bounds. Braun out in that passing lane. Trying to get it to the right wing as Hayes and Callie Levine come in. And you're right, this is one of the best shooting performances we've seen in the last couple of years at Carver.
No question, and the ones before that were by people in black and gold.
Inside Hayes catches and goes to work against Tonga and gets her first hoop. 88-75. 1:40 left to go. Braun brings the ball across the timeline. Callie Levine on her. Has that face mask on after taking a shot to the nose out on the West Coast. Here's a steal by Houston. Journey coast to coast. Drives in and is fouled on her way up by Tori McKinney. So that'll be 2 for Journey Houston at the line. University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball all season long, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Houston knocks down the first free throw. Iowa's been very good at the line tonight. Second one in the air, perfect.
When you see Callie Levine in this game to go in the full court on the ball pressure, they consider her one of their best defenders.
Houston with 12 after going 2 for 2 to make it 88-77. 1:17 left to go. We're in the fourth quarter. Levine, contact out near midcourt as Grachalski brings it to the right side. Everything outside the arc for Minnesota with 10 to shoot and 1 minute to go. Lob pass inside Tonga. Fakes, goes up, no. Stremlo the board. Here's Wright for 3. Swish! Left to the top of the key.
Well,
Wright with 20.
Iowa made the decision on the other end not to foul with the point differential. They get the stop, come down, and you can hear Coach Sean Sullivan yelling to Chit Chat Wright, pull it, and she sure did from just inside the logo to hit that 3, her 5th three-pointer of the night.
Out of 7.
Yeah, pretty amazing. Chit Chat's been really good. 20 points, 10 assists, a double-double for Chat, and let's not mention she hasn't seen the bench all night, 39 minutes, so she's doing that on legs that are getting heavy load.
Hawkeyes have had a really good quarter. Down 8 right now at 88-80 with 50.3 left to go, 25-16. Going to take a minor miracle to somehow grab this one. And you go back to that sequence you were talking about a couple of minutes ago, Catherine, where Braun, only basket in the third and fourth quarters, banked in a three as the shot clock was to expire. Off a couple of Hawkeye missed free throws. That's a 5-point swing right there.
Yeah, it sure was. Yeah, we came out of that timeout, and Ava Hayden missed a couple of free throws. Iowa then got a turnover, sends it back the other way, but we turn it over. Then Minnesota comes down and gets that last-second three-pointer by Mara Braun. Just throws up a prayer and has it bank in off the glass. And from right there, the lead went back to 16 really, really quickly. So there have been chances. Like they always say, though, stranger things, Rob. 8 points, 50 seconds to go. I think Minnesota's looked uncomfortable in the backcourt against this Iowa pressure.
And especially when they've tried to slow it down.
Yeah, exactly. But as we've said, there's no more time for that. So Iowa, I think you've got to go all out in the backcourt, try to make something happen. And then I wouldn't be afraid to foul and send him to the free throw line just in order to get the basketball back.
Well, you're going to have to now with 50.3. Let's see if Iowa elects just to, if you don't get a steal off the inbounds, to foul right away, extend the game, make Minnesota beat you at the free throw line. Chit Chat Wright with 20 points, 10 assists, a double-double in the books for Chit Chat tonight.
Yeah, I think they will have to foul relatively quickly. Nobody with 3 or even 4 fouls that's on the court in the game right now. Remember, Ava Hayden and Addie Deal both on the bench with 5.
And that is the call from the bench. Foul right away. Levine was there, Houston. Levine will get it for the reach. So only a couple of ticks went off the clock, and McKinney at the free throw line. As a team, Minnesota, almost a 74% free throw shooting team. First one good by McKinney. Second leading scorer, 84% free throw shooter. So Minnesota does a good job to get the ball in the right hands. And she makes them both. Tori McKinney with 14 at 10 at the half. And that makes it a 10-point lead for Minnesota, 90-80. 45 seconds left to go. Here's Wright. Drives toward the baseline, drops it off for Stalky. Layup good. Timeout taken by Minnesota.
Well, that couldn't have gone any better because of how quickly Iowa scored. Quick ball screen action on the right wing. Iowa cleared everything out on the left side so that Hannah would have space to roll and get to the rim, and a great assist from Chit Chat, her 11th of the game.
So Minnesota will have the ball at the timeline with 40.8 left to go and an 8-point lead. At the game or at home, it's Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages that will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting Midwestern hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
I think you're going to see the same thing here. Is a quick try to force the turnover first. 5-second calls even better, but then if not, then an immediate foul.
Minnesota gets it into McKinney. She wheels toward the right side, being chased down by Houston. And there's the foul. That'll put one of the best Minnesota free throw shooters at the line.
You know, she was a little elusive, able to break out of that trap before Journey could track her down and foul. Minnesota's a well-coached team. Dawn Plitzowite's been successful everywhere she's gone, and so you bet they go over these end-of-game scenarios in practice frequently.
Free throw no good. Too strong off the back of the iron. McKinney, the second best free throw shooter for Minnesota. Braun, the first at 91%. And rimming no. Missed them both. 90-82. Hawkeyes get the ball down court. Here's Wright. Keeps that dribble going. Stops and fires a three. No. And the rebound. Ball goes out of bounds. Touched less by Minnesota with 25.5 left to go. Hawks down 8. Stremlo gets it in to Stalky, back to Stremlo. She fires a three in the corner, no good up the left side of the rim, but the ball comes right back to her. Gets it to Wright. Whips a pass to Houston for 3. Count it! Short corner left side, Journey Houston, her second 3. We've got a 5-point ball game.
Offensive rebound kept things alive there. Taylor Stremlo comes up with it, and It's too bad that neither of those first 2 threes went down for either Chad or Stremlo, but how about Journey Houston knocking down her second one of the night in a big-time situation? Now this lead is just 5 for Minnesota, who uses their second-to-last timeout to advance the ball.
90-85, Minnesota on top with 13.8 left to go. What a comeback by the Hawkeyes, who have outscored Minnesota by 12 in the fourth quarter.
Well, there was a definite point after a timeout where Iowa's defensive intensity changed. And from that point on, Minnesota, for the first time all game, looked like they were a little bit on their heels, and it's totally changed the complexion of this basketball game. And 5 points, 2-possession game with 14 seconds to go. Where we were sitting a few minutes ago, Rob, down double digits by 20 to begin the fourth quarter. You got to be happy about this resolve that Iowa's had, and you got to believe now that you can win this game.
Journey Houston, who had 16 against USC a week ago, has 15 in this game, has made 2 3-pointers tonight. Attempted 1 for 7 before this game.
Well, and you got to think that, tonight she plays 15 minutes. She has another performance like this, 15 points in 15 minutes, 16 against a really good competition out west. You got to find more minutes for Journey in the upcoming contests.
So Minnesota will have the basketball along the sideline. They look backcourt, drop it in to Braun. She's dribbling, doubled. Hawks need to foul in a hurry. And the ball gets back to McKinney, and then a reach by Feuerbach with 9.1 on the clock. Iowa down 5.
Well, I think they really, really didn't want to foul Mara Braun, knowing she's pretty much automatic from the free throw line. But that being said, I don't know, a couple too many ticks off the clock there for my liking.
Holloway comes in, redshirt junior from Eden Prairie. McKinney at the line and missed it again. That's 3 straight misses by Tori McKinney.
Hey, maybe prove me wrong. At worst, this is going to remain a 2-possession game, even if she makes the free throw. Iowa must box out.
In the air, shot is good. Bounced on the front of the iron and went in. Timeout, Iowa. They'll advance the ball to the timeline with 9.1 left to go. 91-85, a 6-point deficit for the Hawkeyes.
And for years, including this one, Abby Stamp, the assistant coach who has kind of the Bible of sideline out of bounds plays for Iowa, so to speak, that they go to for these end-of-game situations. They've got literally an entire binder full of ones that they go over in practice and work on with different amounts of time on the clock. You see which ones you can execute the quickest, and obviously that's a goal here. Down 6 with 9 seconds to go. You need a quick shot. I'm guessing they're going for a quick 3, but it'll be a set that has multiple options, screening action with secondary and even tertiary options.
So the Hawks will be able to advance the basketball. They'll have it. Sideline right. Feuerbach will throw it in. Hawkeyes line up near the top of the key. Stremlo comes off a screen, eyes the hoop. Shot is no good. Missed it wide left, and the rebound taken down by Holloway. And an immediate foul by the Hawkeyes with 5.6. Needed that one to go. 91-85 Minnesota.
Yeah, agreed. You needed that one to go with this amount of time left in the basketball game. And it will be a tough pill to swallow watching this film, Rob, because of the change in the game to get this close, considering the 20-point deficit with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. It's just going to be those what-ifs that drive you nuts about what changes you could have made when to avoid an L at home. But when you're withstanding the shooting numbers that Minnesota's had tonight, you'll certainly tip your cap to them, but you will wonder, what could we have done different here, and there to avoid this?
Been a high-scoring affair. Iowa down 6, 91-85 with 5.6 left to go. Minnesota advances the basketball. We'll have it along the side. Grahalski will trigger it in. Feuerbach on the ball and gets it in. And Jan Jensen says no fouls. And McKinney will dribble it out. And the Gophers come to Iowa City and get a rare victory at 91-85. Hawks got off to a good start. Minnesota was hot, stayed hot, and really controlled the game in the second and third quarters.
Yeah, well, one of the worst feelings in the world is watching a team celebrate after they beat you, because you know that's how much it means to them. And again, Iowa remained really high in the rankings even after the games over the weekend, and so they're still, ranked in the top 12 in the country. Teams are going to be really, really excited to beat you, not to mention the history that you just mentioned, Rob.
11 in a row.
Exactly. Iowa winning 11 in a row in this series against the Gophers. So it's one thing to win. It's another to win on the road. And, to do it against a ranked opponent like Iowa, who's had your number over the last several years, that is a big win for them. And tip your caps to an extremely impressive offensive night for the Golden Gophers.
Minnesota averages 75 points a game, put 85 on the board here tonight. And the Gophers get victory number 17 on the year. They stand at 17-6 and push their Big Ten mark to 8-4. The Hawkeyes have lost 3 in a row after winning 8 in a row and stand at 18-5 and 9-3. Minnesota 91, Iowa 85. The final, we'll be back and start our postgame show from Carver Hawkeye Arena. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Dives for lunch.
The Juicy Lucy. Essentially, it's a burger, but with cheese on the inside.
James Beard Award winners for dinner.
French technique, but Midwestern ingredients. It's a little unbecoming to lick the bowl, but...
Plan your next trip at exploreminnesota.com.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Comedy powerhouse Dane Cook is coming to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort on Friday, February 13th. Known for his unparalleled stage presence and outrageous observational humor, Cook's catalog has been streamed over 1 billion times worldwide. Along with his unforgettable comedic genius, he has starred in movies such as My Best Friend's Girl, Employee of the Month, and Good Luck Chuck. Don't miss out. Get your tickets now at riversidecasinoandresort.com or visit our gift shop.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Hi Hawk fans, Coach Kirk Ferentz here. For 40 years, our players have proudly worn the ANF logo to honor the hardworking farmers who keep this country growing. With fewer farmers working the land, their challenges are bigger, but their commitment never wavers. The Iowa Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau are proud to stand with these dedicated families who feed and fuel our nation. Thanks for celebrating 40 years of America Needs Farmers. Let's keep standing strong for the people who keep us going strong. To learn more, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
In Minnesota, we don't hide from winter. We embrace it. When there's a nip in the air, we take on the trails. For every layer you wear, there's a new experience waiting for you.
It's a little unbecoming to lick the bowl, but...
Plan your next trip at exploreminnesota.com.
Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. This is the Hawkeye Postgame Show.
Hawkeyes suffer a loss at Carver Hawkeye Arena, 91-85. Did everything they could to try to reverse that score in the fourth quarter, but fell short by 6. Did outscore Minnesota 30-19 in the fourth quarter. Chit-Chat Wright, just terrific tonight. 6 of 11 from the floor, 5 of 8 from 3, 20 points, 12 assists. That's a season high in assists. Previous was 10 against Evansville way back on November the 9th, and that's the most points she's scored since the victory against Nebraska on January the 1st when she had 24. Time for our post-game stat recap. That is brought to you by Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Well, Iowa shot at 48% on the night, 29 for 60. Did that 20 assists on those 29 made baskets. 36% from 3, 8 for 22, and 82.6% from the free throw line, 19 for 23. Rob just talked about Chit Chat Wright's performance, 20 points on 6 for 11 shooting, 5 for 8 from 3, 3 for 3 from the free throw line, had 2 rebounds, 12 assists, making it a double-double, 4 steals, and impressively just 1 turnover in 40 minutes of play. Got to mention Hannah Stolke, 14 and 9 tonight. And then Ava Hayden, the second leading scorer, with 24 points on 9 of 13 shooting, 4 boards to go along with it, 2 assists, a block, and a steal. Minnesota, a great night, shooting at 51% from the field, 32 for 62, 71% from 3. That is just en fuego, as they say, 10 for 14, and then 70% from the free throw line, 17 for 24. Grace Kahalski, the leading scorer for the Gophers, with 21 points on 7 of 14 shooting, 3 for 5 from 3. She had 5 boards and 3 assists as well. Amaya Battle, although she was in foul trouble, had a double-double, 12 points and 14 boards with that tough assignment against Hannah Stolke tonight. Minnesota out-rebounded Iowa 41-28. Although down at the half in paint points, Iowa did edge there, 38-26. Points off the bench, Iowa 21, Minnesota 19. And then second chance points, a problem tonight for the Hawks. Gave up 14 second chance points while only having 7 of their own.
And you have to give Battle credit, too. She made some tough shots and to corral 14 rebounds, a game-high 14 boards, and then 14 O boards. And as you mentioned throughout the broadcast, Catherine, when you have a team that shoots well over 50%, knocks down 10 of 14 from 3, and has all those O boards, makes it for a tough night.
Yeah, on a night where a team is just lights out for whatever reason, obviously you'll go back and watch the film and see, were they contested enough, were they not, where did we let people free? But outside of that, when they are that hot, you can't lose in other statistical categories, such as rebounding 41-28, because Iowa did a great job tonight on the turnovers. Only 8 turnovers, therefore not a lot of points off turnovers for Minnesota. Certain areas like that, but if you're not going to shoot anywhere near as hot as the opposing team, you really have to take care of business in those other hustle play categories. And unfortunately tonight, Minnesota just had the number on the offensive glass.
When you look at Iowa's offensive numbers, 29 of 60, 48.3%. Not too bad. 8 of 22 from 3. Had to force up a couple at the end that were contested just to try to get something up there. 36.4%. Then 19 of 23 at the line, over 82%.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to go back and for the most part, obviously a little inflated because of a flurry of scoring at the end of the game, but you put up 85 points. That's 30 more than teams are averaging against Minnesota's defense. So maybe not necessarily the issue, but what you really are going to study why Minnesota was able to shoot so effectively. Certainly hats off to them, credit their scorers, but you got to do a little bit of soul searching as well to figure out why were they able to be so effective from basically every part of the floor tonight.
So Minnesota wins their 5th game in a row and get victory number 17 on the year, now 17-6. The Hawks drop to 18-5 and will have just about a week off as Iowa doesn't have a game this weekend and will be right back at Carver Hawkeye Arena on the 11th to face the Washington Huskies. We'll be back and continue with the post-game show from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Iowa loses to Minnesota 91-85. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
In football, champions execute flawless strategies. Your company's health plan should too. Aplos offers crystal clear costs, intelligent provider networks, same-day appointments, and embedded pharmacy savings. Help your team thrive. Discover your playbook at aplos.health.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game, honoring those who serve at every Hawkeye game. Just as our veterans safeguard our freedom, American Equity helps protect your financial future. Named one of Newsweek's most trustworthy insurance companies in America 3 years in a row, American Equity delivers secure retirement income with the service you deserve. Join American Equity in honoring and thanking all who serve our country.
Attention Hawkeye fans, Big Grove is proud to be an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Whether you're at the game or watching from home, Big Grove has got you covered. Enjoy an easy Eddie from the stands or visit them for every Hawkeye game at any of their 4 convenient Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, or Solon. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! Big Grove Brewery, an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Life's busy. Quick Start makes it easier. From fresh hot coffee to delicious bakery treats and quick grab-and-go meals and snacks. Hey, we've got what you need when you're on the run. Need gas? We've got fully guaranteed fuel to keep you moving. Plus perks like free ATMs, no hidden fees, and free air for your tires. Convenience, savings, and a see you next time with a smile. We're your go-to for everything you need to keep your day on track. Stop in to Quick Start today.
You smell that? No, it's not just toast. That's the smell of your car payment becoming toast. Move your car loan to Community Choice and toast those payments for 99 days. Get started at unbankyourride.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawks drop a rare game inside Carver Hawkeye Arena, 91-85 to the Minnesota Golden Gophers, who shot the 3-ball in particular as well as any team this year, 10 of 14 from 3. We'll check the scoreboard, the top 25, in a moment. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. This postgame scoreboard update is brought to you by Community Choice Credit Union. Does your bank care about you? Then tell them no bank you and become an unbanker at Community Choice. Ohio State out on the West Coast taking on number 24 Washington. That is midway through the first quarter. Ohio State leads by 2, 10-8. Washington will be at Carver Hawkeye Arena next Wednesday. Ole Miss and Alabama going at it. Top 25 matchup. 5:40 left to go in the first. Alabama 10, Ole Miss 4. And just getting underway, number 5 LSU and number 4 Texas. Both of those teams 21-2. That's 5 versus 4. Finals for you. Duke by 1 over Louisville. That is number 17 Duke winning that. Cardinal at number 6 in the country. 59-58. The Blue Devils on top. Also a comeback victory for number 7 Vanderbilt. They defeat Kentucky 84-83. A final in overtime. A lot of close games in the top 25 tonight. Number 19 Tennessee edged Georgia 82-77. A not close final. Number 3 South Carolina over Mississippi State 88-45. North Carolina escapes Clemson 53-44. The Tar Heels number 25 in the country. And Northwestern is taking on USC. And right now the Trojans lead by 3 at 14-11 with 5 minutes left to go in the first. USC by 3 in Evanston. That is a look at the scoreboard brought to you by Community Choice Credit Union. A couple highlights for the Hawkeyes tonight. Ava Hayden led Iowa with 24 points on 9 of 13 from the floor. Had 4 rebounds and 2 assists. And it was also Hayden's 6th 20-plus point performance, which is the best on the team. And now she has also reached double figures in 11 straight games and against all 12 Big Ten opponents. We talked about Chit-Chat Wright, what she was able to do tonight with her 20-point and a career-high 12 assists, 4 steals, and 2 rebounds, her second double-double of the season. Randy Henderson joins me courtside on the post-game show. And never fun to lose at home for sure, but the Hawkeyes gave it all there in the fourth quarter and ran into a team that knocked down a lot of shots tonight.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, I think 71% from the three is pretty good.
Most teams would take that, 10 of 14.
I would say so, and we didn't make too many of them too tough. And, I think our slow start in the first just defensively really got them a lot of confidence. And then, we had to claw back after that from that point forward, really. And I think that's what, the Big Ten is so tough, I swear. And Minnesota had a really great day today.
And you also, it matters kind of when you play teams. And Minnesota has been playing well. You could tell they were very confident out there after you really got off to a good start. Led by 8 real early. And then Minnesota came back and ended up leading for 28 minutes and 21 seconds. It was a kind of a combination of just losing some of the good shooters defensively and them also making some tough shots. I go back to that thrown-in three-pointer by Braun.
That's when you know it's your day.
Right.
That is when you know.
And that was their only points of the second half.
Yeah. I mean, I think, we switched some matchups at halftime, which I think did help us out, too. I think you just never really know who's going to match up well and what actions they're going to be better in. And so I think we were able to switch some of those in the second half, and I definitely think that helped us out in the third and in the fourth. Those are their lowest scoring quarters. But we missed them in transition a couple of times, and then their post players were really getting deep position on us, and we just didn't have a counter. I feel like offensively we were good.
Numbers were pretty good.
Yeah, like we just couldn't get it done today. And I think, like I said, I do think switching the matchups helped us out. I wish we would have maybe been able to make that adjustment a little bit earlier. But losing open shooters in transition is never good. And once they get going, you could tell, they're throwing up the 3 hands and feeling pretty good about it. So.
Chit-Chat Wright, though, 20 points, 12 assists, 5 of 8 from 3. Did you feel like she really kind of spurred that comeback in the fourth quarter?
I thought Chat was tremendous. Defensively and offensively, she started off the first half against Amaya Battle and held her to 4 points, which was really, really good. And then we had to switch her off onto 10. And I thought in the second half she made her really work for everything. So I thought defensively she was really good. And I think offensively she facilitated for us, was incredible off the ball screen today. Just her ability to make plays off the ball screen is just so special. And then, she was a lot more aggressive, which we want her to be, and we need her to be for us to be successful. So I was super proud of Chat.
Journey Houston continues her outstanding play. 15 points, went off of a career high in 15:36, and you obviously have been working with her on that three-pointer.
Hey, man, if they're not going to guard you, you might as well practice. And like, that's the thing about Journey. That kid works. She comes in extra. She is always trying to get better. She watches film. She takes coaching. And you can tell by how she plays. She is feisty as they come and is not going to take no for an answer. And that kid's going to be really special. But, yeah, she's been working on her 3. She's been working on that 15-footer. She's a player that we love having on the floor.
And it seemed like, too, when you're making that push in the fourth quarter, there was some hope coming down the stretch. We talked about, things needed to go wrong on one end and probably perfect at the other end, and it just didn't quite happen. But as we've always talked, this team is going to gut it out for 40 minutes plus sometimes. And, boy, it was a good effort to try to get back into the game. Get back into it, just kind of ran out of time there at the end.
We did, and we had a couple of things not go our way down the stretch there, too, which when you're in those moments, it's like you do need those things to bounce your way, fouls and turnovers and whatever, even banked in 3s at shot clock. But, I think we played the first 4 minutes really well offensively, kind of got excited, and then it got hard for a little bit. And then, what I'm most excited about is that fourth quarter is the team that we saw in Ohio State, and the team that we saw the games before we went out to the West Coast. And it is hard. It's hard. We're young. It's really hard for these young girls to understand how hard this is, and then to go on the road and get those kind of competitive games and bounce back and keep their confidence. So although I hate losing a lot, I love to see that fight, and the fourth quarter is what's in us, and it's that's just, I think, losing Taylor and all the things all at one time, that the ending that way should remind these players when we come back for practice tomorrow that we got what it takes.
So a little time off here as far as game competition, not till next Wednesday, an opportunity to work on yourselves for a few days.
Yeah, and maybe rest some bodies.
Yeah,
but yeah,
too.
I think
Chit-Chat only played 40 tonight,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that the Big Ten bye is coming for us, at least, at a good time where we can kind of reset again, and again learn from that fourth quarter. Right. And then also, it's to me, Jan said it in the locker room, if you can do that in the fourth quarter, when everybody's tired, the first quarter, there's just no excuse. The second quarter, there's no excuse, and I think that getting that mindset in there is good. But there's just good stuff happening for us. We got to get a little more production out of a couple of other players, offensively and defensively, for us to be at the top. But I like the direction we're going after that fourth quarter.
And a long way to go.
Yep.
Got another month or so of basketball and beyond that. Randy, appreciate your time.
No problem. Thanks, Rob.
Randy Henderson on the postgame show, a second-year assistant coach for the Hawks after Minnesota defeats Iowa at 91-85. We'll be back with more postgame, including heading to the Iowa locker room. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawkeye fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes, the Banks Student Living and Kirkwood Hotel. When visiting Eastern Iowa, stay at the hotel at Kirkwood Center. This AAA 4-Diamond luxury hotel was voted Best Banquet Event Facility of 2025 by Corridor Business Journal readers. Located near the Eastern Iowa Airport in downtown Cedar Rapids. Book your stay today at kirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111.
Midwest One believed in us and gave us the money to get started, and it was great.
We're talking with Jack Piper of Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack.
In 2005, they were there when we opened Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack. They've been there every step of the way with funding and great feedback on how to expand our brand. Midwest One Bank has been great, and with the recent uncertain times, we got through it, thanks to Midwest One Bank.
Midwest One Bank. Simply better banking. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Welcome back courtside, Carver Hawkeye Arena. Hawkeyes drop a tough one to Minnesota, 91-85. And our player of the game is Journey Houston. In 15 minutes and 36 seconds, 5 out of 8 from the floor, and knocked down 2 out of 2 from the three-point land after being 1 for 7 from 3 coming into tonight. So she's expanding her game nicely. Just one off of her career high of 16, and also contributed 4 rebounds, did not turn the ball over, and had a steal. Let's head to the Iowa locker room.
Journey, it was a hot shooting night for Minnesota, so I'm just curious, what did your teammates in your huddles look like as you were talking about just trying to find a way to slow them down?
Yeah, we were trying to motivate each other, but we fell up short, didn't know personnel very well. I mean, that was on my end as well. I had a shooter, so we just got to get back at it.
So how do you face that as it's happening in the game, where you feel like you're maybe a little mixed up on defense and just communicating with each other to try to fix that on the fly?
Just huddles. Huddles are really important to talk to each other so we can just help each other at the end of the day.
I know with a couple of losses, you're not thinking about yourself and your performances, but you've been incredible over the last couple of games. 16 out in California. You had 15 again tonight in 15 minutes, as well as a bunch of rebounds and just doing the little things on the court. So how do you keep yourself focused amidst kind of some chaotic games that you've been a part of?
I just kind of, I don't know. It's just how I play. I try to stay composed. I still have a lot that I need to work on to continue to get better.
What are some of those things, Journey? Like, what in your mind, what are the areas that you've most like to improve?
Guarding the perimeter, because I didn't do a great job at that tonight. So, and then just continue improving my shooting.
Yeah, well, congrats on another performance tonight, Journey, and we'll see you in a couple days.
Thank you.
And certainly Journey has been working hard and watching a ton of film, and can build on that confidence tonight, especially from the three-point arc and knocking down that one right at the end of the second quarter, and then a big one to help aid the Hawkeye comeback from the left wing in quarter number 4. Journey Houston ended up with 15 points, all but 3 coming in the third and fourth quarters, just one off of her career high for the freshman from Davenport. Time for our post-game interview with Jan Jensen. Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement, living, and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. You can visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
Janet, a really good night for the Golden Gophers, but you showed a lot of resolve in that fourth quarter, winning it 30-19 and making it a 2-possession game down the stretch. Or just, from your desk, what did this game play out like?
Well, I mean, I wish I would have had that intensity the whole game. And that's, what I'm going to challenge the team was, that last 4 or 5 minutes, that's what we needed to start out with. We just had a lot of miscues with scouting report. We just, they were really good tonight, right? They had some really good shots. They were a really good team in the league. But our defense wasn't there. Our inside game, it was hard they would bury us. I was trying to do some fronting. And then we got beat on the drive a lot by some of those guards, and they kind of back you down, then work on a step through. And they were just really, really accurate tonight. But credit to them. They played really, really well. But I just think our defense needed to be much more intense from the get-go.
I want to talk about Chit Chat's performance, coming off of the trip out west, which although those games didn't necessarily go win-loss column how you wanted to, she played 40 minutes a game out there and then kind of building on it tonight, taking on a larger offensive role at the guard position in the absence of Taylor McCabe and making up for some points. So just talk a little bit about Chit Chat's evolution this year and maybe what you've asked of her as you go in this stretch of February.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really pleased with her performance. That's a performance. It's too bad it deserved to win, right? 12 assists, 1 turnover, shot pretty well. And I think she's responded. I met with her after that West Coast trip and really told her how we needed to have a little bit more production out of her to kind of pick up from what we lost with Taylor McCabe. And I thought she really responded. And I thought our offense, for the most part tonight, we got a lot of good looks. We ran it, pretty well. We just didn't have a whole lot of, other than Ava, it was our defense. Ava played a pretty doggone good game offensively. Hannah played a good game offensively. Chat offensively. But I got to go back to the film, and they had a pretty good night offensively too. Hannah was guarding Grace most of the time, number 25. She had 21. Hannah had 14, right? So that battle. But we didn't always have Hannah on her. But we let them get too comfortable. And when you let a team that shoots well, when they get too comfortable too early, it's an uphill battle.
Well, this is the end of quite a stretch that you've had of games as you go into this bye week. So what's the value of that? And do you feel like maybe it's come in at the right time?
Yeah, I don't really want one. I want to play again. If you win it, you're all like, yay, happy, right? We get a bye week. You lose it, you just want to feel good again. It's been a long time since we've won. We've been playing pretty well, and now, we're letting a little adversity, I think, really mess with us. So I got to figure it out. I really liked their game plan, but we just let them get too hot too early. And then when you get down that much, it just tough sledding.
Well, thanks for your time, Coach. We'll see you in a week.
Yeah, and I just want to thank the fans. God, just please stick with us. We're playing a lot of young kids. I did look out there. I thought I saw some moments where I thought our young kids, were getting this experience, and hopefully they don't like that feeling of losing on our home court and losing, period. But just appreciate your support, and there's no better fan base. God bless. Go Hawks.
Jan Jensen from the Hawkeye locker room after Minnesota defeats the Hawkeyes 91-85. And the Hawkeyes will have, as Coach mentioned, the weekend off, and Washington inside Carver Hawkeye Arena next Wednesday. Hard to believe, just 3 regular season home games remaining. A big stretch coming up for the Hawks. 91-85 Minnesota. We'll be back to listen in on some of tonight's top plays and wrap things up from Carver Hawkeye Arena after this. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official Des Moines local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes, APLOS, and Community Choice Credit Union. In football, champions execute flawless strategies. Your company's health plan should too. APLOS offers crystal clear costs, intelligent provider networks, same-day appointments, and embedded pharmacy savings. Help your team thrive. Discover your playbook at aplos.health.
Life moves fast. Quickstar keeps up. Whether it's fresh coffee, a delicious bakery treat, or our take-home meals that make life easier, we've got everything you need right here, because your comfort and cravings deserve the best. And while you're fueling up with Quickstar's fully guaranteed gasoline, we've got great services like free ATMs and free air. We're all about saving you time, money, and making your life easy. Quickstar's here for you whenever you need us.
Everyone knows the BBB is the Better Business Bureau, but depending on what you need, it's the Better Plumber Bureau, the Better Auto Mechanic Bureau, the Better Accountant Bureau. That's because the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better check that business out first so you don't get ripped off bureau. Be smart. Always look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Running from practice to practice or meeting to meeting, the Eat Shop has lunch covered. Our fresh, handcrafted boxed lunches are perfect for sports teams on the go and corporate events like Lunch and Learns. Easy, delicious, and ready when you are. From delicious sandwiches on house-made bread to fresh sides and signature cookies, every box is thoughtfully prepared and worth every bite. Order boxed lunches today at theeatshop.com and let us fuel your day. Worth every bite.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
91-85, Iowa drops one to Minnesota, and Hawkeyes now stand at 18-5, 9-3. Tonight's Precision Plays of the game are brought to you by Civco Medical Solutions. Precision matters most when your loved one is undergoing an invasive procedure. For over 40 years, Civco has been a trusted provider for image-guided procedures, counted on to deliver outstanding service and superior quality around the world. Civco Medical Solutions, making image-guided procedures safer. Let's listen in on some of tonight's top plays from Carver Hawkeye. Chit-chat right, keeps that dribble going. Now Hayden, top of the key, bounce pass inside. Stalky goes up strong and finishes in the paint off the window. We're tied at 2. Goes to the right, all the way to the rim. Shot off the window, no good. Hayden slides in for the rebound. Gets it to right across the timeline. To Deal, right side, 3. Got it! Rolls in for Addie Deal. Hawkeyes will run some clock here. There's about a 5-second differential between shot clock, game clock, shot clock at 9. Here's Wright. She'll pose and fire a 3 and knock it down left to the top of the key. Chit-chat with 5. Hawks working the right side. Drops it inside to Hayden, and the spin move goes to the left hand. Nice entry pass by Deal. Those good, quick moves, what we saw against UCLA in the back half of that game. Hold for the final shot. Here's Wright. Pushes it to the right side. Houston for 3. Buries it from the right wing. Now got to play defense. 64-49. Hawks down with the basketball. Wright flips it left side. Stremlow for 3. Back iron, no. Rebound, Houston. Left-handed layup, good. Feuerbach in between the circles. Deal back in there. Chit-chat Wright has it and fires a 3-ball from the right wing. Chit-chat Wright with 14. Grahalski brings it to the right side. Everything outside the arc for Minnesota with 10 to shoot and 1 minute to go. Lob pass inside. Tunga fakes, goes up, no. Stremlow the board. Here's Wright for 3. Swish! Left to the top of the key. Stremlow gets it in to Stalky. Back to Stremlow. She fires a 3 in the corner. No good off the left side of the rim, but the ball comes right back to her. Gets it to Wright. Whips a pass to Houston for 3. Count it! Short corner left side. Journey Houston. Her second 3. We've got a 5-point ball game. And the Hawkeyes at that point had an opportunity, but needed everything to go right. And Minnesota able to make enough plays down the stretch and win it 91-85. And you go back, Catherine, to that banked three-pointer, couple of costly turnovers, and Iowa could have had one of the comebacks that we would remember for several years.
Absolutely. It would have been an epic comeback, and knowing that it was almost a historic shooting night in this building for Minnesota. Unfortunately, you never want to be on the other end of that, but it was one of those games where you see what you're capable of in those minutes, and I think it may lead to a change in the style of defense that Iowa plays, seeing how effective they were even without fouling before we went to the must-foul type of mentality in the final minute or so. And, you know, it's just one of those coulda, woulda, shoulda type of games. But you're not going to see many better shooting nights than we saw tonight out of Minnesota. And this could be a team that we see in the Big Ten tournament. So you keep this in the memory bank and you go get them if that does happen in a couple weeks.
Yeah, Minnesota shoots 51.6%, 71.4 from 3, 10 of 14. They were 17 of 24 from the free throw line. Missed some down the stretch, which helped out the Hawkeyes, who did come out on fire in the first quarter. 9 out of 12, shot 75%, and shot 48.3% for the game. 8 of 22 from 3, 36.4, and then 19 of 23 from the free throw line. Unfortunately, this loss snaps Iowa's 12-game home winning streak, but we'll be right back at Carver Hawkeye Arena next Wednesday, and a chance to work maybe on Iowa, get some rest over the weekend. You like to go into these situations with a win, but that's not the case, and just got to get back to work.
Yeah, that's what Coach Shea was alluding to. You know, it's not fun to have a layoff after a loss, and in this case, after 3 losses. But I do actually think there's going to be a lot of value in some time just to, you know, to get back to practice, to work on the things that you want to work on, and then implement them totally fresh next week when the Huskies come to town.
6 regular season games remain, and it will start next Wednesday. The aforementioned Washington Huskies and the Iowa Hawkeyes. 6:30 is the tip for that. Of course, we'll be on the air at 6 o'clock and have Hawk Talk for you on Monday night. 91-85, Minnesota defeats the Hawkeyes and snaps 11 in a row by Iowa over Minnesota. Life in the Big Ten. For Catherine Reynolds, I'm Rob Brooks. Thanks so much for listening tonight. Hawkeyes dropped this one by 6, 91-85. Good night from Carver Hawkeye Arena. You have been listening to Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Honda, to see how Honda crushes the competition, see your local Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Explore Minnesota. Discover the star of the North. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.